Players Invitational. Nancy, some of the best players here in the country are on hand. You have NHC champions, Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge champions, Horse Player Invitational champions here. It's kind of a who's who in the handicapping business, and I'll tell you, it's a great field assembled, and it's going to be a fun afternoon.
Yes, it will certainly be that, and very well represented, as you mentioned, and coast to coast, from Washington State to New York State, all the way up to Canada, and they are certainly here for a good reason. Lots of money on the line, not just an NHC qualifier, but also a chance to go to the BCBC or the Pegasus Invitational. So, some very good talent in this room.
Yeah, and the cool thing about this contest, everybody's playing a $2,000 bankroll. There are 6 mandatory races that we'll take a look through. With those 6 mandatory races, the first 5, everybody's going to have to play a $200 wager on. The final race, you have to play a minimum of $800. Everybody keeps what they make.
Yes.
So you could have a good day and maybe not even win, but you never know.
Yeah.
I'm guessing somewhere 16 to 20,000 is going to win this thing, starting off a $2,000 bankroll. And you think about that, Nancy, that's going to happen within the next 3.5 hours. So you're going to see the activity that's taking place behind us here at Villa Park. A lot of these contest players have optional races coming up as well. They each get to pick one optional race for a $200 wager for that. So, Nancy, if there's a little hooting and hollering behind us,
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And these are some really tough races at that. Some 2-year-old baby races. And also, Belmont at the Big A, one of the original turf races, taken off, running over a sloppy surface, and some really good stakes races. One of those out at Santa Anita. And, of course, we are going out with the cherry on top with the Hawthorne Derby. So, and a lot of talent, as Jim mentioned, in the room, aged from 23 all the way to 73. So there's maybe, some might say novices, but some very packed talent and a lot of knowledge in this room as well.
Yeah, there is for sure. And there's going to be a lot of accomplished players that you're going to get to talk to or hear from, throughout the course of the day. Emily Gullickson will be interviewing players. Nancy and I will be interviewing players as well. We have some prepackaged stuff with some of the riders for the Hawthorne Derby that you talked to yesterday, so it was cool because you talked to 3 of the riders in the Derby too.
I did. Very excited to talk to those accomplished journeymen. Got a chance to speak to Jay Love. Love me some Jareth Loveberry. Also Chris Amy. Both very accomplished and very knowledgeable about that Hawthorne turf course. Also Orlando Mojica. So some good insights from there, especially Chris Amy, who gets aboard the Kenny McPeek trainee. And very interesting, as Kenny McPeek shipped in to Brittany Vandenberg's barn, who is married to Chris Amy. So Chris has some pretty good insights about Kenny McPeek's horse, who, as Jim mentioned, we will hear from him later on in the program.
Yeah, now we got the leaderboard that's going to be kind of getting updated throughout the course of the day, so we'll let you know how things are going for who the leaders are. But let's take a look at what the 6 mandatory races are. You're going to see the fields for these 6.
Yeah, you have 4 first-time starters in here, some opting for that $40,000 tag as they are going to dunk in for the prices. They are not Ontario sired, but some really good maidens, and we will see how this one fares out. Trainer Mark Cassie has 2 in this particular group. All of your also eligibles are scratched out of this one, as well as the number 9 Seattle Signal. So Mark Cassie has always been dominant up in the Woodbine circuit. But yeah, with 4 first-time starters, anything is possible.
That's right. The third of our mandatory races, we go down south to Gulfstream Park. Again, another very tough race. Go a mile and a 16th at Gulfstream for race number 10. This is going to be the third of our mandatory races. Again, they have to bet $200 on each of these mandatory races. And in that race at Gulfstream Park there, Nancy, you go a mile and a 16th in this spot. Again, you're going to look up and down the field. You're going to see a field of 12 for that race at Gulfstream. Again, race number 10. What did you see out of that spot?
Well, it's a really interesting group because of the fact this is a Florida Sire Stakes. Now, there are 3 maidens that help make up this field of 12, but there's also a big standout in here. The 7-5 morning line favorite, the number 8, Awesome Strong, who is undefeated in 3 starts. But obviously, you're not going to get bang for your buck. So are people going to kind of strategize? Are they going to look underneath for some more value, some better bargain? Are they going to go with the trifecta, with a exacta? How are they going to play this race? Because obviously, very strongly, Awesome Strong could go 4 for 4.
Yeah, and that's something that you're going to have to look at. Do you try to beat the 7-5 morning line favorite in that race or not? But the way things are going to have to go strategy-wise, this is going to be a little bit of a tough sequence in this race because you're going to come very quickly out of the 10th at Gulfstream into mandatory race number 4. That's going to be race 9, Belmont at the Big A. This is a race that stays on the turf course for race 9. There is the Belmont Turf Sprint. It's going 3/4 of a mile on a yielding turf course in New York. Now, the earlier turf races they took off. The 9th at Belmont at the Big A remains on the turf. And Nancy, there are some scratches in this field, but there's some horses also that get into the race because of the scratches, but you're staying on the turf course. I thought this was going to be a very tough race.
It is a tough race, and I think what makes it tougher is that a lot of these horses have not contested a yielding turf course. Some horses just don't like that kind of mucky, wet turf. So it's going to be interesting to see who can handle it. But a big standout, I think, in this group is the number 2, Arzak, who is 4-1 on the morning line. Could potentially be affected by some of these scratches. Has been facing graded stakes runners in his last 4, but he does come out of a really good barn from the barn of Mike Trombetta. Irad Ortiz in the irons. He was a really good third over a yielding Monmouth turf, but 4-1, I think he's a really good price.
Yeah, and that was our 4th mandatory race. That's going to be race number 9 at Belmont at the Big A. Moving onward to our 5th mandatory race. That's going to be race number 6 at Santa Anita Sprint Championship. You're looking at that field right there. They do scratch the outside horse, the 7, Toto Fino. You get CZ Rocket in this spot, Nancy. It's going to be a very interesting field. That's a pretty accomplished horse. We got some others that are up and coming in there as well.
Yeah, CZ Rocket, man, does he bring back some memories. I've seen him run multiple times in person. And it's interesting, as the number 6, Kid Corleone from the barn of Doug O'Neill, he actually supplemented. They spent $4,000 extra out of their pocket to get him to run against this field today. But Forbidden Kingdom, 9-5 favoritism from the barn of Richard Mandela. Not much that this horse cannot do. I'm just going to draw a line through his last race. He came up against Taiba from the Hard Knock and Brad Cox barn. Sometimes I just like to draw a line through a horse's past performances.
Yep.
So I know some handicappers are just, they're not forgiving. I'm a forgiving person, but Forbidden Kingdom, I think, he is just reeks of class. A couple of equipment changes in here, but I think I was disappointed to see the scratch of Toto Fino. I thought he might be a really good one to use in the exotics, but I think Forbidden Kingdom is going to be extreme.
race in our contest is that mandatory race, Nancy, that goes as race number 7 at Hawthorne. That is the Hawthorne Derby. It's going to be a field of 9 in that spot. So we'll touch on that when we get a little bit closer to the race, because we're going to have yesterday and everything and just how things might play. It's a great race to close out the contest because there is no standout in that race, Nancy. I think that's the thing that makes things really interesting. But when everybody has to bet a minimum of $800 on the race, anything can pretty much happen in that spot.
And it's interesting, as every horse in this field of 9 is still looking for their very first stakes win, and what a way to do it, to win a $100,000 stakes race. And several of the jockeys, 2 particularly that I spoke with yesterday, have already won the Hawthorne Derby, and it'd be a great way to close out their day at Hawthorne.
Yeah, they're going to mile and eighth on the Hawthorne turf for that final race of the contest. So we'll see how things unfold. The first of our mandatory races is just around the corner. That's going to be the 6th race, Belmont at the Big A again. It's off the turf. We're going 3/4 of a mile on the sloppy main track. But Nancy, before we look a little bit further in that spot, we want to go to the 3rd member of our team, Emily Gullickson. Emily's been a contest player throughout the course of her wagering career.
Brilliant handicapper herself.
Yeah, very good handicapper. She knows a lot of these players too, and Emily's been able to catch up with some of the players participating in today's contest.
How do you come into this tournament? What do you prepare for? Do you try to come in with a bankroll?
Well, the way the tournament's set up, it pretty much has got to come down to the last race unless you somehow have a Jordan Jane moment and just crush one of the $200 races beforehand. But pretty much you got to have an idea what you're going to be doing in the last race and then kind of work backwards from there. If you're going to be playing one of the favorites, you only need like $3,000–4,000. And if you're playing a long shot, you can kind of go for it early, because even so, you're still going to be in with a chance at the end.
Right, and Jordan, we were talking about this earlier as far as strategy. Do you want to come into this trying to rip it open early in those races, or are you the type of player that's going into the last race, I want to have my bankroll in a certain position and then put myself in a place to win at the end?
Yeah, I think it's you always want to be there in the end to have an opportunity, but I think you got to take your shots early. I mean, maybe it's a couple straight tries or exactas, and if you can get to the top, that's nice. But like he said, it's going to be a lot of flip-flopping towards the end.
So we have the first mandatory race coming up, and it is an off-the-turf race at Belmont at Aqueduct, or Aqueduct at Belmont. Just Aqueduct. We'll go with it. Does that change your strategy at all? Are you playing a little bit more conservative because of the change, or is this a moment where maybe you're going to take a contrarian approach and think everybody's going to go conservative, I'm going to step out? Jordan?
Yeah, if I could pick how much I could bet on this race, I would put a lot more than the other races. I like the off-the-turf races. I feel like there's bigger margins in between the finishes, and I like this race a lot.
So you're going to approach it. You kind of seem like you're an exotic player. Is that the way you're going to be looking at this race?
Yeah, I like multi-race stuff, but this race, I like 615 exacta box a lot. So I don't know. I might do it straight if I can think one has an edge over the other, but I'm going to dive in here in a minute and see if I can do it straight. Otherwise, I'll just do box it. So.
I won't hold you for too long. Dave, do you have an approach to this first race?
Well, I don't think the contention runs too deep, and this isn't a race to try and get the $10,000. I'm going to just try and push my bankroll ahead, and I mean, I'll say this out loud. I'm trying to position myself to be in with the end with a shot with like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 into the last race, and then we'll see if pedigree matters in the last. Does pedigree matter?
Pedigree, I don't think it matters, but that's my controversial take. We all have them, but so I think that's a good start. We'll send it back to the front desk.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Emily, you look at those guys out there, Frank, Mustari, you see everybody peeking at the TV. That's going to happen a lot throughout the course of the day, I think, with these optional races. Don't you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure everybody will be waiting for the right time and the right moment to jump in and put their 200 on their optional.
Now, you talk about the 200 for the optional. You're a guy who's had success in this contest format. Your success really came with that last race in the contest when this happened 3 years ago when we were at Hawthorne. And for you, you had a lot riding, and it was a big hit. How did everything unfold for you in winning the Hawthorne Invitational last time?
Well, last time I played it, it was a Gulfstream race, the Florida Derby, and I had a fairly strong opinion on a real big price horse. I think 70 to 1 went off it, and the horse ran second, and made for a nice score for me.
And when you're looking at a nice score, it was a really nice score, because the way our contest format is, you not only get the prizes, you not only get the NHC seats, the prize money, you get to keep your bankroll too. So that's one of those things when you can build it up off a couple of $1,000s. And you talk about strategy for a contest like this. Let me ask you, say you're going into that last race and you have, say, $9,000 or $10,000. So you're looking at 4 to 5 times your money for the day. How much do you think you're going to go into it to say, hey, I'm going to win, or I still want to come out of here saying, hey, I made a little bit of money?
Usually for me, it depends. If I have 9,000 or 10,000 today, I'm sure I'm not going to go all in, because the math and the doesn't work out to what the extra prize money is. But if I have 2,000, 3,000, and I'm going to get that extra prize money on top of my pari-mutuel bet, then yeah, I'll probably be going all in with that kind of amount.
Right, and when you talk about it being all in the family, talk about your son Justin, a guy who had an incredible run at the NHC, had to make you pretty proud to see his run too. What was that like for you guys, knowing the success that you've had and seeing the success he's had at such a young age?
Well, it was life-changing for our family when he won it, and it was somewhere I never thought, as hard as it is to win a contest like that, I never thought that anybody else would win it. And when he won it, I would have liked to win it, but I said this many times, for him to win it, and even to this day, it was life-changing for him. Got a new house, so it worked out perfect, and I wouldn't change anything about it.
It got him an Eclipse Award, got him a new house. The one thing that I've seen for you, you've jumped into horse ownership a little bit recently. So let me ask you this. Your horse is coming down the stretch in a race, or you're coming up to the final race of a contest that you're live in. Which is more exciting for you?
Without a doubt, owning horses for me. The contests, I love them. They're great, but there's no feeling like owning a racehorse. And some of my horses, I own a lot of the horses I own are cheaper type horses. But when they come down the stretch and they're leading, it's just crazy going to the winner's circle. And I just hope my trainer, Larry Ravelli, can get me to the winner's circle a few more times here soon.
He gets to the winner's circle a lot, so you'll do okay there. All right, last question for you, Frank, before I let you go. You look at the 6 mandatory races today. It's a tough setup of races. It's a lot of different locations. Was there one race on the 6? You don't have to tell me who you're playing, but any of those races that stuck out a little bit more to you?
Yeah, definitely. The Gulfstream race will be something I'll be attacking, because that's where I play, and I know those horses like the back of my hand, so I'll be playing there. The other ones, I really don't have any strong opinions, to be honest with you. So that Gulfstream race, and then the last race being the Hawthorne Derby, I'll make whatever I bet, it'll make sure and get me to. If I'm right, it'll get me to the lead. That's all I can say.
And that's where you want to be, Frank. So thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck to you throughout the contest. I'm hoping we get to interview you a little bit later, because it's going to mean you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, I hope it's like it was last time, where you're interviewing me at the end. So that'd be great.
Well, that turned out good. You were holding a big check at the end, so we'll see how things unfold for Frank Mastari. Emily's got another guest coming up shortly here, but you know what? We kind of gotten hold of everybody for some video montages that are taking place throughout the course of the afternoon. Let's take a look at one of those right now.
I looked over the list of all the players, and you can ask Greg Lewis, who's sitting with me at my table. And I said, gosh, Greg, this is murderer's row.
Chicago has got a who's who of really good handicappers. I mean, NHC champions, I know at least a couple have come from Chicago.
Being back to defend my title, this is something special to be here right in the Chicagoland area, my hometown.
I'd love to bring one home for the ladies and maybe inspire more women to come compete in tournaments, because it's fun and we can do it too.
I know that I'm going to be wrong a lot, but I want to make sure that when I'm right, I get paid well enough to make up for the times I'm wrong.
Completely reckless and unpredictable. At least that's what I want the people in the contest to think. There's no rhyme, there's no reason, there's no logic behind anything. Data, forget about it. Just reckless gambling.
I'm pretty much of an old school guy when it comes to handicapping, just pretty much straight DRF. However, I don't lean on one thing, not speed figures, not pace, not trip handicapping.
Here's the cool thing about it, and the cool thing about being able to do it on YouTube. Nothing's going to be perfect at any time, and that's what's awesome about everything. I can tell you this, Nancy. The cool thing, we're also 15 minutes from the first of our mandatory races. So we're going to take a little bit of a break.
13. I can see the clock.
Everybody drags in racing. They take a couple of extra minutes. Okay, Nancy says we're 13 minutes to the first. You know what that means?
I just saw the tick on
it means
Belmont at the Big A.
It means we have some extra time, Nancy. So that's a good thing. It's always nice to have a little bit of extra time. Here's a
woman,
curious
I like
thing.
to be right.
So we got our buddy Tater that's over here producing.
We
I want to
love
see how
Tater.
much Tater's paying attention to us because he's over there he's talking to our buddy Dakota right now. We are going to have a commercial spot come up. We'll see if Jason's ready as we're going to roll into some commercials. Then we're going to come back, Nancy. We're going to talk about the 6th at Belmont. Sound good?
Let's do it, which is less than 13 minutes away.
All right, Emily here, and we're with Steve DeCaspers, and we're looking at the first mandatory race. This is race 6 at Aqueduct, as I was told in the last race. And you have a strong opinion in this race. We actually kind of wait for you at the betting machines. Do you want to go ahead and tell us about this race 6 at Aqueduct? It's an off-the-turf race, and what your opinion in this race is.
Yeah, Emily, when this race came off the turf, I was really sad because I thought, we've run out of opportunity here. We're just trying to survive this race. But then I took a deeper look at Sheriff Bianco's pedigree. That's the number 7. Now, even though this horse's mother screams turf in her pedigree at a high level, if you dig a little bit deeper, you will find out that he is a sibling to 2 runners who ran very well on dirt before. And this horse in his debut ran very well on dirt at Churchill Downs. So I'm going to take a shot with the 7, Sheriff Bianco.
Yeah, and I think it is the type of race where maybe you do want to get creative. And number 7, Sheriff Bianco, does have some early speed. Is that how you've seen this track playing? Is that the trip that you're expecting for Sheriff Bianco in this race?
I'm seeing him sitting right off the lead. I think one of the horses from the outside will be going to the front, as well as a couple of others have shown some speed. But I think all of them are a little bit suspect, and I'm hoping Sheriff Bianco can sit right off the pace and go around as they come into the stretch.
Okay, so with Sheriff Bianco being your key, did you kind of keep it simple and play just a straight win bet, or did you key Sheriff Bianco in some exotics?
Yeah, have to win on Sheriff Bianco, and then in the exotics with the 6 and the 5.
Okay, excellent.
You have the first of our races coming up for our mandatory races. Again, kind of the setup for how everything's going to unfold for these mandatory races.
Yes.
Everybody has to bet $200 on each of the first 5 mandatory races, and you're talking win, place, exacta, try, super, no show wagering, no multi-race wagers. But it's good races to bet on. It's wide open fields to bet on.
Very good
Nancy.
races.
And you're going to see some movement going on right now. We haven't seen anything in the leaderboard yet, so nobody's hit on any of their optionals yet. And I know some of the players have played those. But let's take a look at this first field here. This is race 6 at Belmont at the Big A. This race comes off the turf. They had significant rain.
Yeah, this is very interesting that this is the first of 6 mandatory races, and it's already got kind of a wrench thrown in the loop because it is off the turf. It's over a sloppy surface. Some decent scratches kind of thrown into this one. Some of your also eligibles draw in some rider changes. So they kind of almost, if you are a pre-handicapper, you really had to go back in, readjust, re-look, re-handicap. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting dynamic. And I do want to mention, Jim, as we were kind of going through the introductions, you had mentioned some of the potential disqualifications because in years past, somebody had bet $800 in their first race, already out of the contest. It is a maximum or a flat limit, $200 That's it. It doesn't matter what your dynamics are, how your ticket is structured, but $800, you're done for the day. You're out. Sayonara. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. So it's $200.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, and the thing about it, you look at this field for the first race at the mandatory races. We saw the betting board. We saw the Belmont feed there. Your favorite on the Belmont feed was a horse at 5-2 who was 10-1 in the morning line. That was a 6 Bold Journey. It's still a field of 9 that's set up in here. So it started with 15. They come off the turf, field of 9. You look at the board right now. The 6 Bold Journey is currently sitting at 3-1 as they get ready to walk out there. Nancy, I would have to think the reason this horse is taking that action is this was a horse that had never run on the turf before. All those races are on the main track. But 3-1, it means anybody's playing a contest like this, no matter who they hit, if they're going to win on this race, they're going to have a significant score.
Yeah, Bold Journey has an extremely high Tomlinson number over the wet surface, and 3 starts back on April 1st at Aqueduct over a muddy surface, 6.5 furlongs versus Similar, and got away not very well, but was forwardly placed and wound up 4th, beaten over 10 lengths, but to a second, or the runner-up was a next out winner, so a pretty tough group and ran a really solid buyer speed figure.
Yeah, and as you're looking at the field here, Nancy, walking on, you're looking at Bold Journey right there. The horse that I wanted to touch on in here, if I were playing this race personally, would have been the 10. That's Courageous Ula, this one from the barn of trainer Linda Dixon. But look at the start 3 back. That was at Saratoga. It was a race that came off the turf. It was run in the slop. That was a big effort for Courageous Ula. This one showed good speed in that spot, hung around late in the lane, was beaten less than a length when all was said and done. Looks pretty good there walking out on the track. You're looking at 5-1, so again, even if they're hooking up a couple of horses in exactas, it's going to be a very nice return for their money.
You know what, it's interesting, I actually highlighted that particular effort. This horse has a lot of speed, and that could be a very big key thing against this group, as there's not a lot of front-running speed, and it looks like the track might be drying out just a little bit as well.
They were expecting rain all day in New York. The rain has subsided, so like you mentioned, you get a little bit of a drying out track. It changes as well. The good thing is we do have 2 races from Belmont Park that are going to take place, so the second one's going to remain on the turf course there. So we'll be curious to see how things unfold. But Nancy, Emily's got one of her contest players who's going to talk a little bit about what their play is going to be in this first mandatory race. Emily?
Invitational with Paul Sherman, and we're looking at race 6, which is 6 minutes to post, and this is an off-the-turf race, and you just are putting your bets in. What is your opinion on this race?
My opinion, well, with regard to the contest, it's an interesting format where you have to bet $200 exactly on 5 races, and then $800 on the last race, at least. So my strategy, unlike the way it usually is, to wait to the last race, last 2 races, and try to win, is to try to win the race, try to win the contest early. So I'm playing the 5 here. I like this first race out, and then I had a few excuses. The next few races, got Lasix now. So I played the 5 to win. Some exactas, a big exacta, box 5-6. So hopefully I can, hopefully the 5 will run, and I can get a nice leg up.
So strategy is a big part, especially with this race, and as you mentioned with this tournament format, because it is different. It is a live bankroll, but it does have you limited on that $200 that you have to play. So, trying to take advantage early, I think that is a good strategy. Do you feel that a lot of players are going to try to be a little bit more conservative early, or do you think that a lot of people, knowing their experience, are going to try to take the same strategy as you and try to step out?
I think that a lot of players will stick with their old strategy and try to hold on to the end and then pound it. But there's really, even if I blank out on my first races, if I have $800 left in the last race, I can win the contest in that race. I could bet $400 exactas. I could bet $100 trifectas. So for me to creep up now really doesn't, for me to increase my totals slightly now, really doesn't pay for me. So I'm going to try to hit something big early, and we'll see how we go. If not, I'll have $800 in the last race, and and I know where it's going already if I need to do that.
Yeah, I think the aggressive approach is always the way to go, and especially when you can find a price in that race, especially something that you like, and at least at the end you feel good about that bet. So we'll turn it back over to Jim and Nancy.
All right, Nancy, so we're 3 minutes supposed to the first of our mandatory races. Things have gotten a little bit quiet in the room right now. Everybody's got to place a $200 wager on this race. And you're looking at the field right now. The 6-Pole Journey is the horse that currently is your 2-to-1 favorite here in the 6th at Belmont. If you were a contest player in this race, and I know you've looked up and down things a little bit,
Yes.
I know people play things a little bit differently. How would you be playing this race if you wanted to just get a start to kick off your afternoon?
Well, I definitely did love the effort over the mud several starts back at Aqueduct from the number 6. And kind of obviously big changes, not only with the surface switch, but also with the amount of scratches. You and I kind of both did love that line at Saratoga from the 10 as well, Courageous Ula. I think I might have to go with a trifecta. I like the fact that the 12, War Terminator, that Jonathan Thomas left this horse in. All 5 starts have been on the turf. He decides to leave this horse in. I know that the track listing says sloppy, but I think it kind of has more of a muddy consistency rather than sloppy. I think that's the way that this track is going to play. I think I might have to go with a tri-box between the 6, 10, 12. So I think that's the way I'm going to use my 200.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see kind of how things are, because you look at the board right now. We talked about the 10. The 10 currently sits at 8-1. That's a horse I'd want to leave in the mix. The interesting thing about this, Nancy, is when you run into a race like this that comes off the turf and you have also eligible horses that draw in, you tend to wonder who's the rider that's going to go on the also eligible, or are they going to jump off a horse that was in the body of the field for the also eligible. Jose Lascano was on the 7. That was Sheriff Bianco in the race. Well, the 15, Storm Shooter, draws into the race.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You get a good jock in Flavian Pratt on the 7, Sheriff Bianco. But here's the thing. Sheriff Bianco is 9-2 right now. Storm Shooter is 6-1. That would make me wonder a little bit about Storm Shooter. This is a horse that's stepping off a 25-9-2, but that was a victory over this Aqueduct track. At least it makes it a little bit intriguing for me. So I'm not sure exactly how I may play this race. For me, I think right now I would probably box the 7, the 10, the 15, and an exacta, and then I would pick one of those horses. Probably the 10 horse, play a little bit of win and place money, at least try to get off to a little bit of a good start. But they're right now 1 minute to post. But Nancy, looking at the board, nobody's really made any move through any of those optional races. So you're going to get a little bit of hooting and hollering coming up here in just over a minute.
I definitely think so. And as you mentioned, the 15 Storm Shooter is one of possibly the only horse in a field, or actually the 5 has a win over a good rated track at Aqueduct, but the 15 also has a win over an off track. So definitely something to take a look at when handicapping those off surfaces.
Yeah, and the one thing we want to remind everybody, again, they have to play $200 on each of the first 5 mandatory races, plus an optional race, a minimum of $800 on that final race of the tournament. That is the Hawthorne Derby. Prizes on the line, Nancy. Not only do you keep the bankroll,
yes,
you keep what you make. NHC seat, the choice of a Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge seat or a Pegasus Challenge seat for those that are right there at the top. Then after that, you have some options for some of these others. If you finish second, if you finish third, and you work your way all the way down through the contest, those top 10 are all going to get pretty good prizes.
Yeah, there's excellent prizes. So it's not only winner take all. I mean, this is a definite contest you want to be invited to.
Yeah, you do want to be invited to. We wish the best of luck to all of our contest players. I can tell you they're coming up to the start of this race at Belmont at the Big A. As you take a look at the feed right there, if it gets a little loud, that's okay. That means somebody's going to be having a good start, right?
Loud, definitely.
We do want them to get loud. Now, the cool thing about, we're going to be able to talk to some of our contest players regardless of their outcome in this race. But, you know, as the afternoon goes along, Nancy, those that are moving up the leaderboard, we're going to get to talk to a little bit more, because strategy always changes things a little bit too. If you get off to a great start, how are you going to go about things for the remainder of the day? If you get off to a little bit of a slow start, how are you going to try to recover?
Yeah.
It would not surprise me here if somebody turns $200 into $1,000, $1,500, $1,600 in this race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if somebody bets on the nose, if somebody bets the exacta, if somebody goes try, if somebody goes super, however you want to play it. And as you mentioned, no multi-race wagers. So it is strictly on race number 6 here, Belmont at the Big A, as they are heading to the starting gate. And as we're still looking, the number 6 is your current 2-1 post-time favorite. That is Bold Journey, who was 10-1 on the morning line. And as we mentioned, this one originally carded for the turf, now being run over a sloppy main track. So there's a look at the number 3, a big price. It's interesting to see if somebody is just going to find that big long shot. As you mentioned, the number 15 Storm Shooter does have a win over an off track. One of his 2 career wins over an off track, and he's getting a really nice price. You're going to get double-digit returns on that far outside post.
Yeah, and they're loading up for this race again. This is the first of our mandatory races. Things are going to go kind of rapid fire now for the remainder of the afternoon. You'll have a little bit of time. You're going to get some reaction from some of these players. Like I said, you're going to hear a little bit of hooting and hollering depending upon who's winning. Let's see who gets the job done here. We're going to send it over to the feed over at Belmont at the Big A and see what happens in the first of our mandatory races.
Storm Shooter goes in. We are set for race 6. And they're off. Box of Joe, Courageous Ola. Those two are right together as Goldquist now moves up. Goldquist now takes the lead. Courageous Ola runs in second, and Fenway is next in third. Far outside is Storm Shooter in fourth. And then Sheriff Bianco in fifth, followed by War Terminator in sixth. Box of Joe is down at the rail alongside his Bold Journey. And trailing the field is 2 down in ninth. The quarter in 22 3. And it's a battle up front. Courageous Ola on the inside and Fenway on the outside. They are right together. Sheriff Bianco now getting closer in third. Storm Shooter is on the outside in fourth. Then comes War Terminator down at the rail. Bold Journey will be forced very wide coming into the stretch. Goldquist has dropped back, then 2 down, and Box of Joe. They are in the stretch after a half and 46 1. Sheriff Bianco has opened up here. It's Sheriff Bianco with a 5-length lead. Then Courageous Ola and Storm Shooter along with Bold Journey. A clear-cut winner here, and it is Sheriff Bianco. Over the off-going in this off-the-turfer, it was close for second between Courageous Ola and Storm Shooter.
Nancy, I should have been playing the tournament. I said one that I would have played. I would have boxed the 7, 10, the 15.
Yes,
no, would have ran
So,
7, 10.
Yeah, very nice pickup
Yeah.
out for jockey Flavian Pratt. So that one for trainer Linda Rice. Linda had 2 in this particular field, and yeah, had been racing on the turf. Hasn't raced on the dirt since all the way back in May of 2020 at Churchill, and first time over a wet surface. So that one paid off, and we shall see what the return is going to be.
What surprised me a little bit is the vibe of the room. It was actually pretty quiet there, so I tend to wonder if nobody got off to a great start.
Are there some, I didn't look, are there sad faces behind us?
There could be sad faces behind us.
Wah, wah.
There could be some sly faces behind us. We're not going to know yet until we get the update for the
Are they trying
leaderboard
to keep
after
the,
the race
you know,
goes official.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. You never know, but here's the thing. It was a price to kick things off in the first of those mandatory races.
4 to 1.
Just had win place money, so
Yeah,
that's
he went off
something
at 4 to
that
1.
Could have set things up. I'm curious to see what the exacta would have paid, because I probably would have. I don't think I would have been courageous enough early on to box try. I probably would have boxed those 3 horses in the exacta and then played some win and place money. But again, 4 to 1 was a nice price on that. We talked about the 10 being a horse that we could have been a great factor. I believe that horse held on for second. They have a photo up for place right now.
Yes.
But Sheriff Bianco was the horse that did get the job done. So we're going to see how things unfold, Nancy. The next of our races, you're going to shift over to Canada. You're going to go to Woodbine for the next
We're
of our
going
races.
north, kids. Bundle up.
It's going to be a little bit different field. It's a very, very tough maiden race, and that's kind of what we want to do for this contest. Shift things around.
Well, congratulations, Jim. You did it.
We did.
You made it tough.
We did for sure, because we went allowance in New York. Shift over to maidens at Woodbine. You're going to come back. Gulfstream's going to have 2-year-olds going 2 turns. We're going to have a turf sprint on an off-turf course. Then you get stakes races in California, and then you're going to close things out going to Hawthorne for the Hawthorne Derby. That may be the most formful of the races, don't you think?
I have one word, hodgepodge.
That's what we want,
Yes.
though. We want to make it tough on these handicappers. That's the thing that we're curious to see.
You did it.
Again, you're going to have those optional races going on throughout the course of the day as well. I'm looking to see the update here on the leaderboard. We haven't seen any movement yet, but that's
Well,
because
we're not official.
They haven't even posted who got that photo for
Yeah,
place
that
in
was
New York.
very,
It
very
was that
tight. They were,
close.
the real run was for second
Yeah.
because Sheriff Bianco was clearly in the lead all for his own,
Right.
and yeah, the run definitely was for second.
Well, and the thing that's going to be interesting about that may be why we haven't heard a whole lot of hooting and hollering yet. Maybe people played the gimmick. Maybe they played the exacta. Maybe they played the try. Maybe they're waiting to see who's going to finish second in there, because we
Very
talked about
possible.
the 10 horse there that was sitting at 6 or 7 to 1. You talked about the 15 horse that was sitting at 5,
Right.
6 or 7 to 1. I know the 3. I think the 3 might have been the one making a little bit of a move. Boxer
They're-
Joe, who was a huge
They were all
price, too.
coming very late
Yeah.
at the same time, so it definitely could come to. It's a very long photo, and
And
long
they still have a photo.
photos.
Sometimes
As
they
a
get
as,
that
as a as a longtime horse owner are grueling. You think your horse got there, but when photos are this long, they are that much more intense and just very unnerving.
Well, and here's the
Yeah.
cool thing about it. So you're looking at that. You're waiting on that photo here. But with this contest going on, the biggest thing about it, people could be playing different optional races that are going at any of these other locations.
Yeah, we've
or-
got multiple
Right,
tracks
2 minutes
going
to
right
Woodbine.
now.
You have the first at Hawthorne that's in the paddock. They just ran a race at Gulfstream Park. So many other options that these players have for those optional races. They have to choose wisely, though, because they only get one shot, Nancy, at that optional race. It's not like they can kind of pick and choose throughout the afternoon. So you kind of go to your home track, don't you think? You find where
Well,
your home
it's
track is
interesting
and
when
play
you
for
talk to Frank Mastari, he was saying, I'm playing Gulfstream Park. He's like, I know those horses well, and you play those tracks that you are that comfortable with, especially in contests as important as this one.
Yeah.
So that's very interesting to know. Hawthorne is a lot of people's backyards. They're going to be playing Hawthorne potentially. So, and I just want to note, the photo is still
Crazy.
up
It's gonna be tight.
at Belmont at the Big A. That is a very long photo. So a lot of times they will go through the photo and a lot of
Well,
times
there you go.
print a photo. And it's interesting that there is a dead heat for
fourth.
fourth. So the unofficial order of finish in race number 6. Go ahead, Jim, because congratulations.
I would've had the tri-
You would have had the trifecta and at some pretty significant odds as well.
Yeah, 7, 10, 15 your results for the first race in the contest. So 4 to 1 on top of 7 to 1 on top of 6 to 1. Once that goes official, we'll get an update of the leaderboard for you and see how everything unfolds. But Emily has one of our players here who got things rolling after the first of those mandatory races. Nancy, we're going to see if they had any luck. Let's send it out to Emily.
All right, we're back after the first mandatory race, and here with Alexa Zepp and after Belmont race 6. So you hit that last race.
Yeah, I hit my very small Sabre Exacta, which I really liked the 6, 7, and the 14. And I kind of like the 10, so I put it on the bottom of a small Exacta, but I was worried because they were taking so long to post it, but I think they were trying to decide who got fourth, so yay.
Yeah. There was a fourth or dead heat. So it's different when you talk about that because there's a lot of people that have that strong opinion, and you're like, well, I kind of like the 10, and that's where betting comes into play. Where if your strong opinion is the 7, and you can key around the 7, you can get away with using some horses at prices that you might not necessarily love, but they fit. Is that?
Yeah, I think the 7 and the 14 were my really strong opinions. So, and I did like the favorite. So I did key heavily on those, but I didn't want to leave the 10 completely out. So
Yeah, there you go. Well, congrats. It's good to get on the board, especially after the first race. It gives you some confidence. So one of the things that we were talking about earlier, we were talking about the optional races and how important and key that can be to your game. And I was talking to you about it because you have a different strategy where you have your own program and you're looking for plays. How does that factor into today's contest?
Well, I did play my optional and I did not hit, but I still liked the play. I mean, I'm looking for sifting through all the races, trying to find the best value that I can find. And I really liked Woodbine 4. I don't regret it. It just didn't work out for me.
Yeah, and I think what you're talking about is super important, especially in terms of winning, because it's not always how the outcome played out. It's when you're making the right decision. And if you're finding the right odds, you're finding the right race to get involved in, you feel good about that bet and you just move on. When it works out, it's your day. And then with not, you can just move.
I think it's super important. I've had bets that I've won that I was disappointed in my play because, even though I cashed, I should have done better. And I've had, bets that I've lost that I think, I'll stand by and I think they were great bets. So you're always learning. You're always trying to improve your process and improve your bet structures and your strategy. So, it's just an ongoing process.
It really is, and it's learning and being able to take that observational assessment of how you played and what things went right, what things went wrong, and that you would do again. So we have the next mandatory race coming up, which is Woodbine 7. They're just running the 6 right now, and it maybe seems like Woodbine is a track that you feel strongly about. Is it the type of race? Because this is a tricky race. It's a maiden claiming race. There's a lot of first-time starters. What's your strength level with this particular type of conditioned race?
So I really do like baby races. I like first-time starters. They produce a lot of value, so that's really great. I think my program typically does really well with young horses just because I spend a lot of time focusing on that. This race is tricky. So, when I don't have a super strong opinion, that's when I typically am going to spread a little more and probably go with a try this race. Just because there's not one horse where I, want to put on top or put a win bet or just on top of an exacta. So I've got 4 horses in here that I'm going to kind of do a tree structure on a try. So
okay, so you're looking at this race, and there are some first-time starters and horses that have run. Do you start your process from that perspective? Do I want to look at these horses that have run first, make the determination I don't want any of them, and then go to the first-time starters?
I don't necessarily look at if it's run or not. I mean, with the babies, I look a lot at who's in shape, regardless of if they've run or not. And I do spend a lot of time looking at how strong I believe their pedigree is, if they are not just a first-time starter, but a young horse who hasn't really gotten established yet.
Okay. So as far as the first-time starters, and we start looking at the calendar and first-time starters, especially the juveniles that you're talking about, does it factor in that this is more of a later start to the season? Does that come into play, that maybe there was some issues with this horse, or maybe this is a horse that's kind of slowly to come around?
Yeah, I mean, I think horses, finding the right race and the right, type of race and surface and distance for a horse is a process. I mean, I own horses. I know it's hard, a lot of times to really find their niche. So I don't know about late in the season. I think, just those first 4 or 5, even probably 4 to 5 starts for a horse, you don't know yet, you don't really know yet. So that's why I kind of look at more of their, the fundamental parts of the horse. If I believe they will be good at this distance, even if they haven't shown me that yet.
Yeah, I think that's tricky, and this is a tricky race for a lot of players. So I appreciate you talking to me about it. Good luck in here. Again, big full field.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. We'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
Welcome back, everyone. I am joined by somebody that I am fortunate enough to know well, Mr. Marshall Graham. And it's interesting because You kind of, in a roundabout way, do this for a living as you are a professor. So tell us where you're a professor. Tell the fans where you're a professor and exactly, because I know you teach some of your students about handicapping and structuring tickets, because we've talked about this before.
So I'm a professor. I teach economics at Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee. And in fact, last spring, I taught 75 students the economics of racetrack wagering markets. So I teach a 2-credit economics class. We do a lot of statistics, economics, finance, psychology, because there's a lot of overlap in horse racing with that.
Right.
We build a prediction model for the races based upon pace figures. We do a model of track bias. We do a lot of tote board work, but we also handicap races. And so it was a lot of fun. In fact, I had one of my students, Patrick Reddick, very eager student this summer, enjoyed it so much that he went out and walked horses for Al Stahl and lived in the tack room at Saratoga. So he's a rising senior.
That's an experience right there,
I got
ladies and gentlemen.
I got a little bit nervous meeting his parents, thinking do they want to shake my hand or punch me in the face for leading him astray?
Maybe a little bit of both. So did you tell your students that you were coming here today?
I did not. I'm not this semester. I'm just teaching intermediate macro, and I gave them an exam and snuck up to Chicago. I got a chance to visit my daughter who's in college just across a time zone, but not that far away at Notre Dame. And then, again, I've been to Chicago, but not ever played the horses up here, and excited to be part of this, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, we are one race in of the 6 mandatory. Have you done any thinking about what is going to be your alternate race?
I had looked at a race at Belmont, but the scratches sort of killed me, so I'm now looking at one of the earlier races at Santa Anita. I'm primarily a dirt player, so Oaklawn Park is my home track. And
That's right. That's how Marshall and I know each other. We're Oaklawn people.
And Oaklawn's got the perfect mix of turf and dirt, in my opinion. So that kind of narrows what I'm looking at. Churchill isn't part of the contest, and Churchill's all dirt. So there's an allowance race early on at Santa Anita, or one of the stakes races. So something that'll be a dirt race. I'll figure out something to do. In a contest like this, it's very key to make some money in your mandatories on your optional race,
right?
To give you something to shoot at on the Hawthorne Derby.
Well, there weren't a whole lot of players. That's why we didn't hear a lot of hooting and hollering, because it was a very quiet room for the first mandatory race. Only 5 players added to their tally, so a lot of ground to be made up. Marshall, thank you so much. It's always nice to see you. Can't wait to see you just around the corner.
Yeah, just
in
a
Hot
couple
Springs,
months
but
away.
It was very happy to see your face here in the Chicago suburbs. So with that being said, let's take a look at some more player profiles.
There's a lot of dangerous people in this tournament. Jordan Jane is a young stallion who's unbridled and running wild. He's really dangerous these days.
Everybody here is a dangerous player. I mean, Ray's great, Paul's great, Justin's great, Steve. I know Steve and Justin well, but they're fierce players. I mean, I don't think there's anyone to not look out for.
I won the NHC Tour one year, came in second one year. I have 3 top 6 finishes in the NHC. I've won tournaments at Saratoga, at Aqueduct, at Santa Anita.
I would say that I'm pretty aggressive. I like to play skinny tickets, multi-race tickets.
Won some big contests, and some pick 5, some pick 6s, but just very steady. I've always been very steady handicapper, but 10-time NHC qualifier is.
All right, so we're back. The next mandatory race is 22 minutes. So in that time, we'll talk to my good friend, Chris Larmy. And Chris, you're representing today with the Sport of Kings, which is your podcast. Do you want to do a little plug?
Sure. Scott Carson and I do a weekly podcast. We usually pick 5 races at one of the major venues. This week we did Santa Anita, and it's you can get it on iTunes or any of the popular things. Just look up Sport of Kings, and We did the last 5 races at Santa Anita, so if you're planning on playing in California, still time to give it a listen.
It's a great podcast. I've been on it a couple times, and we've been able to talk races, and I always enjoy talking races with you. So we just finished the first mandatory race, and you said you didn't hit it. What was your approach? Did you have a strong feeling going in? Were you playing a little bit conservative with the off-the-turf situation?
Yeah, I did not have a strong opinion off the turf. I liked the race if it had stayed on. So there was a couple horses I thought might do well on the offgoing. And actually, there were 3, and I chose 2 of them, and the one I left out won.
It's funny how that seems to work out.
Because I liked that horse because of his breeding, the one I left out.
You know, in my interview with Steve Jaspers, he came on and he told me all about the pedigree and the breeding. So you guys are all on it, and the horse did run on the dirt. So there's no reason to not like that horse on the dirt based on his form. Now, one of the things that we were talking about earlier is how important that optional play is, and what kind of decisions go into that. Because I noticed not a lot of players stepped out and took an early race. So it seems like a lot of people are waiting. Do you find that as a strategy?
No, for me, it was just trying to find the race that I thought was the best opportunity to make a score. And, typically early in the cards, the races are smaller fields. For me, you typically get better races mid the end. I think that's probably true for most people. I didn't, hold on to it or anything.
Okay. Yeah, I think that always comes into play is that decision making, especially when you only have one. So it's you really want to wait for that right opportunity where the board presents that opportunity. It's a race you feel strong about and make the most of it. So we're coming up on Woodbine Race 7, and this is a race that has been pretty tricky for a lot of people because it's a maiden race. There's a lot of horses that are first-time starters. How do you generally approach a race like this?
For me, it's all about breeding. I'm just kidding, Emily. I know Emily is not a breeding person, so.
Our whole YouTube knows I'm not a breeding person by now.
These are really tough races. I typically would not play this race with a lot of first-time starters. I think it's kind of an insider's game. But when I'm forced to do it like this, I'll look at the workouts. If I can watch some workouts, I'll do that. In this case, there really weren't any that I could watch. And I look at the breeding and trainer stats, and if they've raced, I like to look at the replays to see if there's anything, if that horse looked like it had some run in it, might be some hidden form. Ideally, I'd like to find a horse that has 1 or 2 starts that I think shows some potential but might get overlooked. Didn't necessarily find one of those in this race, but that's kind of what I'm looking for in general.
Yeah, I kind of take that approach too, and I was talking with Alexa Zepp about this because there is kind of that approach where you can start with the horses that have experience, kind of work your way. If I haven't seen anything from them, now my process of elimination is I'm looking at these first-time starters. Now, I know this is a tough race, but at least you have a full field, right? We've got multiple horses, so without a strong opinion, is there a number that you're looking for? Are you looking for taking a horse that's 5-1 and above?
I'm actually going to be kind of boring and conservative. I'll probably be looking to play a couple horses. And I think I found one horse that has a start that I like and one horse I kind of like that hasn't started. So I'll probably play those 2, and then I'll look at the board. And if I see any other horses that are good prices that I think look like have a solid shot, I might even play a 3rd horse.
Well, yeah, and it is tough. And again, you'll have plenty of time. We're still about 20 minutes a post, but I
will say though, I would never bet a race like that normally, but in this race I have to bet $200. And since I don't have a strong opinion, I'd be happy if I can just get out of the race without losing much or losing anything or maybe a small profit. So this is where contests sometimes you have to play a little bit differently than you would normally on a normal day. You would never see me betting this race probably, and certainly not more than one horse.
Yeah, and I think maybe there is an opportunity there because there's a lot of people that are looking at this race in particular as the one they're just trying to survive, or at least one that they just might lose $200 in. So being a little bit savvy in here, maybe that's an edge in some cases, but it is going to be a tough one. Yeah. Well, Chris, thank you for joining, and we'll send it back.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. We'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
Contest is players come from all facets of the industry. Don't have to be just a handicapper to play. You can work within the industry and play as well. I'm joined by Bill Downs. Bill, you've worked at many a location, and many times people are hearing your voice calling their winners across the wire. Tell us what all the different tracks that you've called at.
Well, let's see. I first started at a small track called Arapahoe Park in Colorado. Then I was at the old defunct Beulah Park outside of Columbus, Ohio. I called the first season at Presque Isle Downs. I called the defunct River Downs for a couple seasons. I was at Ellis Park for a few years, and then at Indiana Grand, Indiana Downs, for 9 seasons, and then just finished my first season at Emerald Downs outside of Seattle.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Emerald Downs has kind of had a little bit of a racing resurgence, it seems like. This was a track that was kind of like the little track that could for a while. But I'll tell you, the racing product seems to be improving, and they're getting a lot of support, too.
Yeah, the stakes program at Emerald Downs is what really surprised me. I always, everyone knows about the Long Acres Mile. If you're at least a horse racing fan, you know about that race. It has a long and rich history, but they've got a supporting program for every division out there, and it's not just Washington breds. It's open, a lot of open company stakes races, and that's something that I really enjoy, just following the progress, especially the young horses. And then you get some horses that will ship in for some of our bigger races as well. A lot of Northern California horses will show up at Emerald, and it's just a beautiful racetrack. I mean, there's around the first turn, there's Mount Rainier. It's just absolutely gorgeous.
And it is, It's beautiful racing out there. And like you mentioned, for us in the Midwest, you're trying to pull those horses from Indiana, from Kentucky, from Minnesota, and that for you, you do get some of those Northern California horses that are going to come your way. Every once in a while, you're going to get some of the Southern California horses as well. The program up in Washington does continue to improve. So it's really fun racing, but at those times when you're not behind the mic calling races, you play your share of contests. You are a 10-time NHC qualifier when you find the time to do it.
Well, sometimes I do it. I'll handicap. If I'm in handicapping mode, it's a lot easier to say, let's open up the form and look at Santa Anita or Del Mar or something like that. Other times, when the off season, I'll start looking at it. I haven't played that much. I played one contest, a live contest at Los Alamitos. My old stomping grounds before I even got into announcing. I worked at Santa Anita and Hollywood Park in publicity, so it's always good to get to Southern California. Didn't do well there, but I have a friend, the Maven, who was playing in this contest, and I'm like, hey, maybe I can get in this contest as well. So there's, I'm from Chicago, so I cut my teeth at Arlington Hawthorne, the old Sportsman's Park. And I still got friends around the area, so I like to make it back to Chicago, so I get to kill lots of birds with one stone, if you will.
Yeah, many a day I saw you and your dad walking around the first floor of the grandstand at Hawthorne, and he always had a smile on his face. He loved racing as well. It was very cool to see you guys out there. Now, Bill, I want to talk to you just a little bit about contest strategy for here, not necessarily what picks you're going to make, but that first race of the contest, really only one person made a move, and Trey Styles, who had himself a nice start to the contest. But for you, people are only a couple of $100 in, maybe 400 if they played that optional, but a lot of people only 200 in. What kind of number do you want to shoot for going into that final race? And is there a number that you have in your mind that you think is going to win it?
Well, there's a couple races I'll take a big shot, and I'll try and put up a huge number. Other races, I like certain horses that are not going to be as big a price. Right. So, I'm not going to play favorites or anything like that, but I want to have a chance at the end. Obviously, the last race with it being $800 at minimum. Other people will have more bullets if you don't hit anything than that. You'll have to get creative if you want to win the contest. But for me, it's I like horses. We'll see how they are bet. on the board, make a decision, and go from there.
Yeah, and Bill, you know what? When you don't hear that hooting and hollering and you didn't have the horse, that's a good thing for you because it means nobody made that huge move early on. But best of luck to you in this contest.
Thank you, Jim.
It's awesome for anybody that is a horse racing fan to get to see the faces that are behind the mics at times. And like I said, you've called at so many different locations across the country. You're a very good race caller. We're just happy to have you in town for this.
Oh, I'm glad to be a part of it.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun the remainder of the afternoon. Bill Downs, the track announcer out at Emerald Downs, thank you. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard and see how things look after the first of our contest races. And then after that, we're going to talk to Emily for our next contest player.
All right, we've got a podcast daily double. Now I'm joined with Howard from the HHH podcast. And this is your first time playing the Hawthorne Invitational. What kind of preparation or strategy did you have coming into this tournament?
Yeah, well, first it was amazing to be invited to this special tournament with so many great players. This is a unique live money tournament because there are only 7 races. There's 6 mandatories, and of course the last race you have to bet a minimum of $800. So in many live money tournaments, there are going to be a lot of players that are outs before the last race. In this case, everyone has a chance to win. So I'm trying to be a little bit more conservative with my overall bankroll going to the last race for the simple fact, Emily, that I don't believe that a huge lead going to the last race means as much today as it would in a normal tournament because everyone's going to be alive going to the last race.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm glad that you brought that up because it does kind of change it. And like you said, it gives everybody a shot in that last race. Now, I know we're approaching the next mandatory race 10 minutes out. I know you still have to get your plays in. So just real quick, this is Woodbine Race 7. It's a maiden event. How are you going to approach it just in terms of strategy and your play for this upcoming race?
Well, right now the favorite's the 11, and I do like the favorite, even though it's a huge field of babies, and there's a bunch of first-time starters as well, but the 11 is coming off a very good effort in a stake race. My plan here is to play a trifecta with the 11 on top without the second or third choices in second to try to get some value, Emily. You never know with a lot of first-time starters, and it seems a bit counterproductive to go chalk with a big field of babies. So I do think the 11 is going to be it's tough to beat in this race. I'm going to go 11 with a few others, have to look at the board and see what it looks like, but I will not put the second or third choice in second place to try to get some value. That's my plan here.
I love that. I love that strategy in tournament and in real play. So thank you so much. Again, I want to get you out there and let you get your plays in. Thank you for joining, and I look forward to being on your podcast soon.
Terrific. Thanks, Emily.
Leaderboard after the first of our mandatory races, Nancy. And what was interesting, not a huge move by anyone. I talked to Trey Stiles, who's at the top of the leaderboard with $3,400. He's a very good handicapper. You see him on air down in the great state of Texas as well.
That's right. It's Sam Houston.
He mentioned that he had a little exact. It was enough to put him in a pretty good shape there. But you see, there's only a handful of people right now, 5 of them, that are even over the $2,000 mark.
Yeah, and just one of those is $7.50
Right,
over the $2,000 mark. Yeah, but the lone female in this contest is in spot number 5. So that just goes to show you how difficult the opening race was.
And we mentioned that. It's a matter of how you want to play it, how conservative you want to be early on in a contest. Everybody's kind of trying to fall in line a little bit.
Yes.
Nobody's making that huge play. That's even what Bill Downs said. Bill said there's some races later on in the contest where he wants to make his bigger moves. Frank Mastari said the same thing. He's waiting on that race from Gulfstream Park. So we'll see how things unfold. But the next race for our mandatories is coming up, Nancy. They're on the track right now at Woodbine. So let's take a look at the field for the second of our mandatory races. This is the 7th race from the Woodbine. You get a look at this race. This is Maiden Optional Claiming Company. They go 3/4 of a mile in this spot. Nancy, they scratched the 9 in here. That's Seattle Signal. So you get a field of 11 to line up. You look at the board right now. The 11 is your current favorite. That's Catchy Name. Catchy Name only has 1 start on its career. So I guess the question is, when you're looking at a race like this and handicapping it, how deep do you want to go? How much do you put into one race out of a racehorse?
Well, it's interesting interesting because, Catchy Name does come out of a really tough race and made the maiden debut in a stakes race at Woodbine back in late August, going 6.5 furlongs. And actually, it's interesting, didn't break on the rail, but broke on the outside of the starting gate. Definitely a much better spot to be than that rail post when making the debut. Wound up to be really good third, and you help me here because I don't have my readers, is that 10-1.
Yeah,
so
how about that?
A really good price, getting a lot of respect today, and that is actually one of two from the barn of Kevin Attard. So Kevin Attard not only has two in here, but so does Mark Cassie, both very well respected on the Canadian circuit.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the horses on the track at Woodbine as we do approach the start of that race. Looking at the field here for Woodbine, as you see the post parade, there's 6 minutes to post. Parading through right now, a little bit interesting. The one horse, it's a horse that should be a little bit interesting. That's Society's Cat. Society's Cat, a horse that has raced at Woodbine and raced with a little bit of success. I know there's some hooting and hollering going at Belmont right now, as there's a race coming up to the wire here. There's a horse drifting at Belmont, so it's going to be a little bit interesting. But that's what I like about these contests, Nancy, is now that we're into the contest a little bit, you don't know where the optionals are going to come from. And that makes things so much fun. But going back to this field from Woodbine, they're up to the 4 horse. That's Stuff. Stuff's a horse I don't like a whole lot, but maybe the 5 is a horse worth looking to. You mentioned Mark Cassie horses. Mark Cassie at 15-1 is a rarity. You don't see it a whole lot. He's got Domer Allure in here. Declan Carroll aboard this one. I thought that was a horse that actually stood a shot.
Yeah, and here's another Mark Cassie. That's a Live Oak Plantation, very well respected in the breeding game. And it's interesting to see that's a homebred horse who drops in for the $40,000 tag in the maiden debut.
The thing about these races, too, when you're handicapping a contest like this, some races you can look to and you can say, okay, I have form of a racehorse. I've seen what they've done on the track. I know how things are going to unfold there. Other times you find a race like this where it's not necessarily form. It's first-timers. It's breeding. It's how horses that can handle a synthetic surface. There's so many things that are those little bit of unknowns. You look up and down a field here, some horses getting Lasix for the first time or for that debut. Some horses have their issues. You're looking right there at the 12. That's Holiday with Amy still sitting in the paddock.
Yeah.
That's going to happen sometimes with younger horses. When you get 2-year-olds, some handle things a little bit more differently than others. But
well,
if you're
it's
a
interesting.
handicapper, what
Why
do you
is
do?
this horse in the paddock? Are we getting a shoe repair? Are we waiting on a rider? What is the reasoning? There's certainly a reasoning because we are 4 minutes to post. So there is some reason why this horse is still in the paddock.
All right, so if I had attacked the first race, I would have been hanging with Trey Styles right now at the top of the contest leaderboard.
Yes, you would have.
Now, when you're talking
Do you
about...
want a cookie?
I may want one if I get this race, too, because we'll see how things unfold. But looking at this race here, Nancy, all right, if you want a better race like this, now, you do a lot of handicapping down in Arkansas. You see a lot of first-time starters that are very qualified, too.
I don't like handicapping.
You don't get a lot of 2-year-olds there because of the time of year that you race.
Thank goodness we only have to handicap babies for about 6 race days.
Yeah. And it's true, because it's one of those things that's a little bit different. In your racing schedule at Oaklawn, all right, you're racing December
for the first
through
time
May.
ever, I
Right.
had to handicap 2-year-olds.
Yeah, and you're getting those 2-year-olds that are going 4.5, maybe 5/8 of a mile there. As you get a little bit later on in the year, they're going a little bit longer. So, all right, I'm going to take a stab at this one. And for me, the horse that I would take the stab at is going to be the one. That's Society's Cat. Now, Catchy Name is a horse that we mentioned as a favorite. Catchy Name has just the one start, debuted against Stakes Company, and hasn't run back since. The one-horse Society's Cat ran in that same race as Catchy Name. That was back on August the 28th at Woodbine, and in that spot, this one ran 8th basically the whole way around, just kind of ran an even race, but since then, it came back with another race at this level in that last out, the inside draw. Speed figures, though, are consistent, and that's what I like. So this is a horse that I think I would use in the mix. 6-1, I would probably play that horse to win in place. I think you do have to use Catchy Name in the mix. And then I guess the question is, which Mark Cassie do you go to? Because they're sitting there right now at 14-1 and at 12-1. For me, it would be the 5. So I guess I would box 1, 5, 11 here, and I would play the 1 to win in place. What would you do in the spot?
Well, I think I'm going to have to go 1, 5. I'm sorry, let me see this. Let's say...
Come on, you can use you can piggyback with me. You can go right with what I did if you really want to win.
Actually...
Uh-oh.
the wheels are turning here. She's looking at the value. But here's the thing about it, too.
I am.
You have to look at value there, because if you're a contest player and you're looking at 8 to 5, you may say, okay, maybe the best horse in the race, but maybe I want to go somewhere else because of the chance and the potential of a little bit of a price play. You can see some value in a few horses here. The 10 horse, I'm a Bourbon Girl.
I was going to say, I love the fact that the 10 is putting the blinkers back on. Best Races came with blinkers on. They took them off the last 2 starts.
Right.
Didn't really show a whole lot. I think those blinkers are going to be a big addition back on. A lot more front-running speed. So I'm going to go a little bit backwards. I'm going to go 11, 10, 8, 6, trifecta box.
We got the whole field covered here. Somebody's going to win.
11, 10, 8, trifecta box.
See, that's what I love about tournaments like this, too. You can have so many different opinions, and you don't necessarily know what's going to happen. And like you mentioned, Nancy, you put the blinkers back on a horse, and you and I have had many years within the industry. A lot of people so often say, oh, they're just putting the blinkers on because they want the horse to show speed. Not necessarily the case. It's more of a focus.
It's absolutely focus.
Yeah, it's keeping the focus of a racehorse. So they started this horse with blinkers. They take the blinkers off. Maybe the horse started looking around a little bit and races more than anything else. So you put the blinkers back on just to keep that focus. And it's keeping the focus on the task at hand. Sometimes that means, hey, those horses will show a little bit more speed because they don't see what's around them by any means. But more or less, it just keeps them to task. And you have to do it a little bit more because right now in the age of some of the new rules in racing where you're limited for how many strikes of the whip that a jock can have, they have to ride the race a little bit differently. The more focused a horse can be is the more important it could be in the end, too.
Okay, we now have the number 12 coming out of the paddock with the rider aboard and a big 41-1, the largest price on the board here in our second mandatory event. That is race number 7 at Woodbine. A little bit unruly, as you can see.
A fan of its groom, but not the pony.
Yeah, shaking the head, not wanting to go onto the track. We'll see if this horse is able to get assistance from the pony. And, you know, it's not uncommon that a lot of times the first time that these thoroughbreds see a pony is their first time in the afternoon.
The thing that you see, too, and it's a little bit more uncommon here in racing in North America, you do see it overseas a little bit. There's times, and I see it in England quite a bit, where the groom is basically leading that horse all the way out to the gate. They're not going with a pony. They're getting walked all the way through, or they warm up away from the pony.
It's very common over in Europe.
This is a horse that clearly is comfortable with its groom, not comfortable with the pony. So I guess the biggest question here is what do you get for this horse who's going to have a much more limited warm-up than anybody else? Looking at a huge price here, I guess the one thing that's probably good in this race is this horse breaks from the outside post. Because a lot of times you have these horses that are a little bit anxious early on. They have those issues coming out of the gate. They break to the left, they break to the right, and they compromise the races for other horses. At least for this one on the outside, okay, yes, if it breaks inward and you're catching name, you have to be a little bit concerned. If you're a handicapper betting this race, it might be all the reason that you want to stay away from this horse, the 6 to 5 favorite, because that 12 horse is right next to you, and you don't know if that one's going to break out and take a left turn and go into the remainder of the field. But Nancy, if you get away from the 11 in here in a contest like this, there is so much value to be had with so many other horses. So again, a race that I'm curious to see how our players play. Right now, Trey Styles is sitting atop with 3,200 on the leaderboard. I could see somebody possibly going out there and making a little bit of a push in the spot.
Well, the one good thing I will say about the 11 Catchy Name is if you look, Catchy Name broke on the 12 of 12 last time out and was got the first call out of the gate. That is certainly to this 2-year-old filly's benefit. So it's a good thing that she is lightning quick out of the gate. So she is going to need that with the potential unruliness of the number 12 just to her outside.
Yeah, and the one thing about it, when you look at a race like this, you're going 3/4 of a mile at Woodbine. It's a long run into the turn. The outside draw isn't that concerning. It's a little bit more concerning if you're going 5/8 of a mile, if you're going a route race with a short run into the first turn to try to get tucked inside. A race like this, they have that long run down the backside. They don't have to come out of the gate and immediately cut over. They can kind of fall into line a little bit. So you don't have to worry too much about being stuck in that 10, 11, 12 hole by any means. But still, when you get a big field, you worry even more a little bit about the inside because you don't want to get shuffled back out of the gate on the inside. I think that's the only thing that could work against my one horse here. That's Society's Cat in the spot. But, man, holding at 6-1, I like that price quite a bit.
Very
so that
good
is the
bargain.
horse that I'm going to look to in that spot. Now, look at and I like watching pools here. Look at the place money. All right, the one horse has $6,800 to place on it. That's the second highest place pool. by a lot. But the 8 horse is shorter odds. The 7 horse is about equal odds. But the amount of money that's going to this horse underneath kind of tells you the story a little bit about what everybody thinks. That, hey, yeah, we think this horse has a shot. Maybe not to win, but we do think the horse has a chance to be in the mix.
Absolutely. And let's just reiterate here, Jim, that there is no show wagering in our contest. So win and place all day long, no show wagering. So that's there's no show parlay in here.
No, you can't do that. We don't
buddy.
accept that.
No.
So they're getting ready to walk into the gate for the second of our mandatory races. This is the 7th from Woodbine again. You're looking at a field of 11 in this spot. We'll see if there's any movement. If the 11 is not in the mix in this race, Nancy, I do think you're going to see some movement on the leaderboard.
I certainly agree. Good luck, everyone.
Fast and Sexy, gate number 3. In the white is Stuff. Okay, Crew link arms behind Stuff. Goes in, now it's Doma Alua. Our flag flying, walks up. Next to join, Flowers and Berries. At a huge price. Silent Sky goes up. Also a first-time starter, I should mention as well. They're nearly ready for a start. I'm a Bourbon Girl adding the blinkers. Gate number 10. Catchy Name. And Kazushi Kimura, gate 11. Outside to Holiday with Amy. Moves in. The fillies are all in, locked up. On their way and back to last, Doma Alua. Best away, Catchy Name, and going for the early lead, I'm a Bourbon Girl, and riding through to the inside is Baylor Be Good with Fast and Sexy and Flowers and Berries. Up the rail, Society's Cat pinching the lead away from all of them, and Society's Cat and Baylor Be Good set on the pace here. Silent Sky's about 5th on the outside with Stuff up the rail. Catchy Name got back. Behind them, Our Flag flying, and 7 lengths away second last, Holiday with Amy, and last of all, a long way back early, Doma Alua. Society's Cat trying to hold that lead early, attacked on the outside by Fast and Sexy, I'm a Bourbon Girl. Back to 4th, Baylor Be Good. Silent Skies having a good run, coming home easily. And then Flowers and Berries and Catchy Name track. Silent Skies coming alive well now in the centre. And from the back, Our Flag flying, take it to the outside. Up the rails goes Stuff. Society's Cat got away. On the inside, Silent Sky. Catchy Name was held up for a run slightly. And down the outside, Flowers and Berries. Silent Sky after Society's Cat. And Catchy Name finishing on. The leader got away though. Society's Cat finding plenty out in front. And Society's Cat out by 3 or 4 lengths as they come down to the wire, racing clear to the wire to score. Society's Cat, a double S1 Flores, 2.5 lengths. 2nd, Silent Sky. 3rd, Catchy Name. 4th, Our Flag flying. And 5th, Holiday with Amy. 1:11:12.
We should play this contest.
Team. We
should.
make a great team.
I said I would have played the one to win in place. I think I would have been ahead of Trey Styles now.
It can't. Let's not get ahead of ourselves,
but no,
shall
here's
we?
the cool thing. Like we mentioned, though, if you could beat the favorite there, you had a chance to make some money. The 1 horse, Society's Cat, ran a really good race. That was a horse I had in mix. You had mentioned the 8, Silent Sky. That was a horse that ran a really good race, both providing a little bit more value. The 1 was 6-1. The 8 was 4-1. The favorite at 3-2 runs 3rd. Maybe some people hit tries. If they hit exacta in that spot, though, they're going to be in pretty good shape.
Yes, and I wouldn't be surprised if we did have some winners. We heard a little bit of activity in the room as they were coming into the stretch. And I was asking Jim during the running of the race, are rooms normally this quiet?
No.
Because I've been to some qualifiers. I've played some charity tournaments in Vegas, and we're really loud. We were a loud bunch, and, you know, it's...
Well, you are anyway.
Well, I'm loud and obnoxious to begin with. I'm naturally loud and obnoxious. But this is a quiet, subdued room. So I wouldn't be surprised as we get closer to the mandatory race, further into the mandatory races as this room gets louder.
Yeah, and I'm just glancing up at the screen over there at Woodbine. So, yeah, it was the 1 Society's Cat on top of the 8, Silent Sky, and the 11, Catchy Name. So horses that figured, but again, some prices. Society's Cat was 6-1. We mentioned there, the inside was the key. Needed to get away. Nice job by the jock. Got that way just a step slow. Said, hey, I'm going to push my way through along the inside. Went out there, made the lead early on,
now,
and was able to
nice
go the whole way around.
Nice ground-saving trip, and you're looking at 6 over 4 over 3-2 over 8 in regards to your superfecta.
Yeah, so we'll see how things unfold there if there is any movement on the board. But Nancy, one of the players that I cheer for in the contest, because he was in one of our earlier contests and had a lot of success, was Justin Dew. He's a blast. He's so much fun to be around. If his wife was here, Susie, those two would have been battling back and forth throughout the course of a contest. But let's send it out to Emily, as she's going to talk right now to Justin Dew.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. We'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
All right, we're back at the end of Woodbine Race 7, and we'll have to see what the movement is on the leaderboard. I'm joined by Justin Dew. Justin, how'd you do in the Woodbine race and the first 2 mandatory races?
So far, I've blanked completely. Didn't have any real strong opinions in either race. Tried to make moves that would get me way up the leaderboard, and I swung and missed badly. Horses were nowhere, so 0 for 2. Stronger opinions still to come for sure.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, and you kind of felt like some of your stronger opinions were later on the card. Is there a race in particular that you feel really strong about, that you're going to really try to hit and put yourself in position?
Yeah, I think the turf sprint stakes race at Belmont, you and I talked about that a lot. I really have a pretty good opinion in there. I've got a clever long shot, or what I think is a clever long shot, in the Gulfstream dirt stakes race. And then my optional play, which comes very late in the day, I think is a clever opinion that could make me, move me up a leaderboard a little bit. And then, of course, I like a horse, and well, I don't want to say too much because you and I did talk about the Hawthorne Derby, so I shouldn't say much more than that. But I think I feel pretty strong about my horse there too.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players feel a little bit stronger towards these races. Sometimes you have a little bit more form to work with, other than maiden races, maybe tracks you don't follow, a little bit more comfortable at Gulfstream and Belmont. But one thing I did want to talk about is this is not your first rodeo. You've been here before. You played well in 2019. I know maybe not the result that you wanted. What were some of the things that when you were playing that you did well, even if they didn't work out?
I handicapped very, very well that day, and I think it was the same format essentially. I hit the majority of my bets. It came down to the last race, and my thought there was the same that it is here, which is there are 40 players in the contest. Everyone is guaranteed to have at least $800 left going into the last race, and they have to bet at least $800. So if you sort of figure that it's not unreasonable that someone might hit a 20-to-1 payoff, and turn their $800 into $15,000 or $16,000. I just sort of have this idea in my head that that's where you need to be. It's the same idea I had in 2019. I executed the plan. It didn't work. I needed hidden scroll in the Florida Derby. We all know how that turned out. It did not end well for me. But I think, with 40 really good horse players and good bettors in the room, you have to assume that there's going to be a lot of movement on the leaderboard, and you're going to have to put up a big score. So my strategy, I think, will be to try to approximately double my bankroll or come close to it before the last race, and then see if going all in with a win bet on my opinion in the Hawthorne Derby will get me there. And if it looks like it doesn't, I got to maybe think on the fly a little bit, see the tote board and the leaderboard, watch the 2 boards and see where that gets me.
Yeah, I think you brought up so many good points because it is in-game strategy, how you're going to get there, how you're going to put yourself in a position to win. And then talking about the tournament last year, there's a lot of times, especially in playing and in betting, where you're executing the right bets. And as long as you're executing the right bets, in the long run, that's going to pay out. And so if you're putting yourself, even with your bet on Hidden Scroll that we won't tease you about, but even if it's the right play, if you did the math and you're like, look, this is what I have, this is what I need to get to, and this is what's going to get me there, even if it doesn't work out, that is the right strategy.
But the frustrating thing for me about the 2019 Invitational with Hidden Scroll was that I didn't really have a strong opinion that he was the most likely. I mean, I thought he was the most likely winner, but if my goal was to get to 15 or 16,000, and I was at about 5,300 going into that race, and he was around 2-1, the thing to do was just to play him to win. And if I had to do it all over again, obviously I would. I didn't really like maximum security that day. So I wasn't winning the contest anyway with how it went. So I do have mixed feelings about it. I don't think what I did, forget the handicapping aspect of it, forget the fact that, Frank Mustari, who won the contest, said before, I don't like Hidden Scroll. He was right, and I was, I guess wrong. I don't know that the bet was the bad bet or the handicapping was wrong. It didn't work out. We'll see if I'm in the position today to do something differently than I did in 2019.
And that's another important thing too, is to kind of learn from those things. So what were some of the things that maybe you've done wrong in the past and you're like, that's one thing that I know I'm not going to do again?
I've done a lot of things wrong in contests. I did some wrong in a Kentucky Downs contest just a month or so ago.
What was that play?
I didn't bet big enough on some very marginal opinions, thinking that I wanted to protect my position on the leaderboard, and it was a really dumb decision because there was so much movement late. I wasn't ever going to win a prize with where I was. And if I had just bet not so conservative, I bet the minimum dollar amount. And if I had just bet a reasonable amount, I would have won the contest very, very easily. And, I won't make that mistake again ever in a contest. The other complicating factor is that the format really matters a lot. Hawthorne hosts a lot of great contests. There's another one going on today that's kind of the wild, wild west. You can bet whatever you want. And it's funny how in those contests you don't see a lot of leaderboard movement late. In this one you definitely will. So I struggle with that conflict of how to bet the right way, how to handicap the race, how to play the contest the right way. There's a lot of elements to it. And you get tired of learning. Rich Nilsson, who's sitting at the table with me, had a great quote. He's like, in this game you do get tired of learning all the time. And I've been playing horses 25 years, doing contests 5 or 6 years, and I've had some big days, won some big prizes, but it does get frustrating learning sometimes the same lesson over and over again.
Yeah, and that is something because there is kind of this thing that we all kind of have of like that protection, maybe trying to be a little bit safe, maybe trying to be a little bit conservative, but so few of these tournaments are won by playing it safe. It's by somebody who's really taking a shot, taking a stab, putting themselves out there, understanding that they're first or last. Are you in that position where you're here to win?
Well, in 2019 I certainly was. I could have just played it very safe that day, and I don't know that I would have finished second that day, but I would have been third and won a small prize. So I did go all in that day, and that's I think what you're supposed to do. I traveled here from Florida. I want to win. I'm not going to be someone that plays for fourth or fifth. But I will I'll just have to watch the tote board and see where I am and see where it goes. And look, if the horse that I like ends up being, say, 4-1, and I'm at $3,000, I'll probably have to go all in.
The strategy is so much the bankroll, and as you mentioned, this tournament, it does give you that sort of limited capacity in each race. It's not like the BCBC or Pegasus, or as you mentioned. So which of those tournaments have you played in BCBC and Pegasus, and do you have a preference if you win today?
Yeah, I haven't really looked at what the entry fees are and what each prize is worth, to be honest. I do like the BCBC. I played in both. I've never won a prize in the BCBC, but I did have a really good day where I amassed a pretty strong bankroll one day in the BC one year. Pegasus I played. They're pretty similar contests. I don't know what my preference would be. I think that'd be a great decision to have. I think it'd be good to be in a position where you have to choose which prize you want. I would love to be there. I'm already NHC qualified. It'd be cool to be double qualified. $10,000 for first place. I mean, Hawthorne is really putting up a lot for this contest. It's great. I'm glad they're doing it.
Yeah, it is. It's about what, like 50,000 just in terms of value between prize money and the packages and everything. So it is great value. Well, I've taken up a lot of your time. I really appreciate it. Love the expertise. I know everybody will. Learning from experience. You said maybe you can't learn enough, but or get tired of learning. But it's a game, and I think that's part of it. So thank you so much. Good luck the rest of the way. I know some of your strong opinions are coming up.
Thank you.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. Will match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
All right, we're 2 mandatory races into our contest, so we still have a ways to go here, but I'm joined by a guy who knows how to win over the course of actually a full season. Kevin Costello, you were the 2021 Tour champion. So let me ask you this, Kevin. So Tour championship means you play your share of contests. It also means you have your share of success. But when you talk about this over the course of a year, how many contests did you play in the year?
Good question. I didn't keep track of that.
Yep.
I play, one thing I'll say about the Tour is the Friday contests are almost mandatory.
Right.
You have to play them because in order to accumulate 7 scores that are high enough to be able to compete for the Tour Championship, you've got to have some of those Friday events.
Right.
And they're so hard to win with 300-plus entries in each one of them. It's pretty much mandatory that you play all 50 of them or 45 of them or whatever there are. As far as cash tournaments, I played all the Hawthorns last year, did the First Chance, Last Chance, played the Keenelands.
Okay.
I can't remember. I think I made it out to New York once for like a Monmouth, and that was probably the sum of my year.
Yeah, and now when you talk about contest format, that's the one thing about the NHC. There's so many different formats, either based on location, based if you're playing online, if you're playing a live bankroll type of thing. Is there one that you prefer over another when you're playing just for a contest format?
Truthfully, the one that I like the best is Hawthorne right here. I can play my pick 5s, I can play my pick 4s, which I consider to be my best strength when I handicap for real.
Yeah.
And it's one of the few tournaments in the country where I can actually use the picks to try to get my my tournament victory.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. When you have an open contest format like we do at a lot of these contests at Hawthorne, it's definitely worth going for. We have our big Thanksgiving contest that takes place where we put 10 seats on the line, and you do it over the course of a weekend, which means you can come in. If you have one bad day, it doesn't mean you're done for the weekend, because you can come back on Saturday or Sunday and try to get those seats in. But let me ask you this, too. So if you're playing a contest like that, say it's a $500 bankroll contest, but you get to keep what you make in the end, does that help you a little bit more when you're going into a contest to say, okay, hey, if I didn't win, but I still came back with 3 times my money, it wasn't a bad day?
Yeah, that's true. And I think when I play the Hawthorne contest too, it's like when I'm laying out a pick 5 or laying out a pick 4, I'm always trying to press value in at least a couple of the legs so that I believe that if I've laid it out correctly, I have a realistic shot at getting 7, 8, 12x bankroll. But I think that's very true, especially of people that maybe aren't necessarily playing the picks, playing straight win tickets or playing some exactas or trifectas. It's really nice that way, because I think when you're playing, if you just take the big kahuna, the Breeders' Cup betting challenge, you're putting $2,500 in the prize pool, and if you're not aggressive going after that prize pool, you're really kind of contributing there.
Right, and that's the thing that we talked about. And we talked about with this contest a little bit too, because the format's a little bit different from some of the other Hawthorne contests, and where you have to play 200 on a specific race. And you mentioned it. You had a race before where you were able to hit the try, but you go back and look and say, maybe I should have put a little bit more in on the try because you were focusing so much on that top pick.
That's true. Yeah, and that's one of the things with. I'll tell you one of the funny things that I think people get a good chuckle out of me for is when I say I like the Hawthorne format because I can play the pick 5. basically what it is when I roll that bet in and it's all in there, I can't chicken out anymore.
Right. And it's true, though.
Because that's exactly what I would do if I'm
Right.
betting a win ticket or I'm betting exactas and my bankroll starts to build and I hit a couple, then I get alligator arms when I go up to the betting window of the next race.
But the thing I kind of like about that, when you can play a multi-race wager in some of these tournaments too, is people can't see that movement. They don't know that you're alive after 4 legs in a pick 5 or alive after 3 legs in a pick 4.
I wasn't going to let that one out.
No, and you don't want to. But all of a sudden, that's the thing is poof, there's your cash ticket if you hit it. But like you say, if you get enough opportunities and you're a good enough handicapper, you're going to be able to hit some of those.
Yeah.
And in the end, it made the difference for you with a tour championship.
It did,
and
yeah.
It's
I had 2 victories at Hawthorne last year, one with a pick 6, one with a pick 5.
All right, now, NHC, when you go to the NHC, what do you think about strategy-wise there? Because, again, it's a little bit different format. How aggressive do you want to be at something like the NHC early on? Because you're really just focusing more on those win and place prices.
So, I could tell you a couple of stories, one good one and one maybe some semi-unfortunate. So my biggest key victory in the tour last year was actually First Chance, Last Chance, which was delayed until August, which I actually think was a big advantage for me because I got to play Saratoga, which you normally wouldn't. Being a class pedigree guy, there's no better track than Saratoga. But with that said, in that tournament, I remember I was laying maybe 40th place out of 400-something people. And there was a race where I liked the chalk at 2-1, and I thought, well, I can chuck up the board and maybe get into the top 20. So I put him on my best entry, and I put a long shot that I liked on my trailing entry. And I walked away from the betting terminal with about 4 minutes to post, and I thought, Kev, you're just being a chicken.
Right.
Get up there and switch that pick and put the long shot on the top entry like you actually want to win the tournament. So I actually scrambled to get up there in time to cancel it, switched him around, and the 14-1 won the race.
Well, there you go.
That was the reason that I was able to win that tournament. Fast forward 6 months into the NHC, and I was laying in about, I want to say, again, about 30 or 40th place. This was on Saturday. And I really liked this horse who was 3-1. I'm trying to remember the name right. Burgoo Alley.
Okay.
Who was in a turf race at Santa Anita for 3-year-old fillies. And I had chosen Canoodling in the La Brea, and she ran up the track in the La Brea. But I'm like, she's switching to turf, Pioneer of the Nile. I kind of like this horse. I'm going to put Burgoo Alley on my leading entry, and I'm going to put
other one,
Canoodling on the trailing entry. And this time I didn't change it. I left it there. Canoodling wins the race. Now, thank God for my sanity, I figured out I didn't do well enough on the final table races. I would not have won the thing. So,
so it could have been good, could have been bad, but in the end.
But in the end, it did allow me to advance both entries to the finals.
Right.
But I think the moral of the story, if you look at those 2 stories, when you're playing against 400 people, when you're playing against 600 people, you have to be aggressive. You have to.
If you have conviction on a horse that you're looking at double-digit odds, definitely worth going after. Well, Kevin, I want to wish you the best of luck for the contest the remainder of the day. Congratulations on last year's Tour Championship. Hopefully you can make another run this year. You never know. Like you said, at least when you play enough Friday tournaments, it gives you those opportunities.
I'm trying my best, and it ain't working so good, but thank you.
You got time left, so good luck to you the rest of the way,
Thank
though,
you
Kevin.
much, Jim.
All right,
Okay.
Kevin Costello, our Tour Championship. You got to shake his hand. He's a Tour champion, so we'll see what happens. We got 2 more mandatory races that are coming up. They're going to come up very quickly, but we're going to get a little bit of a word before we come and take a look at the next of our mandatory events.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to be joined by Justin Mastari, and I'm looking at the updated leaderboard. We just got the leaderboard in after the last mandatory race at Woodbine, and I'm looking at this leaderboard, and it's a Mastari Super Pentafecta. There's 5 Mastari names in the top, but Justin, you're leading right now with 3,515, and you hit the at Woodbine. You told me this wasn't a race you had a strong opinion. Approach it. How did you bet it, and how did that work out for you?
Yeah, it was a maiden race, so not something I would normally play. Kind of taking a little guess on a first starter. But I played $50 exactas, the 1 with the 8, with 1 8-11, with the 11 was the other chalk. The 8 came out of the Kevin Attard barn first start. Workouts looked good, so I took the chance on him as a first starter. And the 1 ran close to par, one of his first or maybe even second starts. So I kind of boxed them a little bit and hit the exacta for $50.
Yeah, it was a tough race. I had a lot of people talking about it. There was a lot of people that just kind of felt like they wanted to survive and get through it. So is that the race that put you up into the lead?
Yeah, that was the first race that I hit.
Okay. Have you? I know the optional is going to be a big play. I know some people have already started to chip away at it. Have you played your optional yet?
I have not played my optional yet.
Do you have a strategy for your optional? Do you have like a race in mind? Do you have a couple races in mind? Then you let the board. What is your approach for that optional?
Yeah, I have a couple races that I have in mind. Depends on what the odds look like when that comes, and seeing after these next 2 mandatory races what the leaderboard looks like could change that as well.
Sure. Yeah, I think that is important to kind of be flexible and to adjust, especially when you do have that optional. You want to make sure that it counts because it is just that one race. Now, both Belmont 8 and then Gulfstream 9 just went off, so these are going to be 2 mandatory races coming up. What do you think is going to come up next, Belmont or Gulfstream?
Probably Belmont. Gulfstream kind of lingers around the 0 minutes to post for a while, so we'll see what happens.
I think I'm with you on that. So of these 2 races coming up, now I know you're a big Gulfstream player. Do you feel like your stronger opinion is at Gulfstream or in this turf race coming up at Belmont?
Yeah, I would say my stronger opinion is at Gulfstream. No matter what the race at Gulfstream, I think my opinion would feel a little more comfortable whether I would play that race or not. I don't play Belmont as my normal circuit, so it'd be a little more difficult, maybe a little guessing involved, but I'd prefer Gulfstream.
So when you're playing Gulfstream and it's a track that you're familiar with and you have a good handle on those runners in the field, does your bet change? Do you tend to be a little bit more aggressive in that type of bet structure?
Not really. Even after winning the NHC and having more money in my bankroll, I still haven't changed the amount that I bet. I still bet on my income, and I just make sure I try to have a good day every single day at the races, and I'm not trying to have a $725,000 score on a daily basis.
So what do you think is going to win this year? So we know the total was about 24,000 and change last year, or last time we ran this tournament. What do you think it'll be this year?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be that high. Second place was way below that number, and then I think there was a 60 or 70 to 1 shot that ran second that in the Florida Derby. So it'll probably be around anywhere from 12 to 15,000 is my guess.
Do you try to think about when you're playing a tournament like this that is live bankroll, do you try to think about what that total is going to be and try to shoot for that target, or are you one that's a little bit more flexible?
Yeah, I think I have that target in mind, but this is a little different format because we can't bet more than 200 until the final race. So you have to accumulate some type of bankroll if you're going to make a big score at the end, unless there is some long shots or something that comes in the last race. But a little different format when you can't go all in the first race if you'd like to.
So while you're in the lead right now, hoping to pad that going into the Hawthorne Derby, is that a race that I'm sure you've handicapped at this point where you kind of have some opinions, some ideas going into?
Yeah, I have a little bit of opinion, but I think it really depends on where I'm at in the leaderboard, how much I'm willing to wager in the last race, and see what everyone else is doing.
It's so much different than the $2 win place that just kind of like you kind of know where you're at. You can keep it simple. With this one, you can exchange your bankroll for your opinion, maximize, and try to give yourself a chance. Well, I appreciate you talking with me. We'll let you get back to the handicapping. Good luck the rest of the way.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. You'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
Nancy does love the good-looking food there. It's
I
one of
just
the
commented
things.
that food looks so good.
The food is good at our OTBs.
Food's
We had
good
some
here.
of it earlier. A reminder for everybody, we're at Crazy Pour. This is our Villa Park OTB location, coming to you live through our YouTube channel for Hawthorne Racecourses. We are at the Hawthorne Horse Players Invitational. Nancy, we're through the first 2 of our mandatory races, and we saw a little bit of movement after that race at Woodbine. Now, we mentioned that if you could beat the favorite, there was a potential to make some money, and you do see right there. Justin Mustari has moved to the top right now. He's at $3,515. He was last year's NHC champion.
Well,
he holds an
is
Eclipse Award.
certainly making his name known here after 2 races.
Yeah, he is $3,500 there. Trey Styles still holding about right where he was. You see Daniel Mustari Sr. is in there. He just qualified in yesterday's qualifier to get into this. Mark Trifler, a guy who also made a move in that Woodbine race. So I'm curious to see what happens over the course of these next couple of races because, Nancy, this is where the handicapping is going to get a little bit interesting. We do have 2 more mandatory races coming up, mandatory races 3 and 4. Timing-wise, these 2 races are right on top of one another. I'm looking right now. All right, it's 19 minutes to post for the race at Gulfstream Park. You know how they tend to drag a little bit. You're 23 minutes to the race at Aqueduct. I don't know which of these races is going to go first, so we're just going to kind of follow along and see. But let's set up the fields for these 2, Nancy.
Let's.
The next one's going to be the race at Gulfstream Park. That's the 10th race from Gulfstream. This is a $400,000 stakes event. You're going a mile and 16th, Nancy, and we're throwing 2-year-old route runners at them. This isn't the easiest of bunches.
No, it is not, and it's interesting as this is a Florida Sire Stakes, and you do have 3 maidens trying to get their picture taken for the first time in stakes fashion, and you've got a very competitive 2-year-old who is undefeated in 3 career starts. That is the number 8, Awesome Strong, who is obviously your 7-5 current favorite, and this is, I think, Jim, the horse to beat. But obviously these players are going to try to find some really good value underneath.
And you're looking at the board right now, Nancy. Awesome Strong opened up at 1-9. And here's what it means. Everybody else on the board right now, your next lowest price is 16-1. That comes with the 1 horse there.
I
That's
love
Apocalypse.
these kinds of races.
So I'm curious to see what happens. I hear somebody cheering for the 5 at Woodbine right now as that one's moving up on the outside. So again, some people trying to make a little bit of a move in some of their optional races as well. But when you look at this field here, you get a heavy favorite. Here's the thing about it. If you can beat this horse, and I think everybody is going to try to defeat this horse in this race.
They have to.
Yeah, and if you can defeat this horse in this race, you have the potential to make some money, Nancy. So we'll see what happens for that one. But like we mentioned, that race is coming up, and right after that race, or maybe even before that race, we'll see how things unfold, because you never know where there's delays.
Potentially before this race, given the amount of lag time that Gulfstream is very well known for.
Yeah, it's going to be the 9th at Belmont at the Big A. That's going to be listed as our 4th mandatory race. We'll take a look at the field for that one. Now, we had a race earlier from Belmont at the Big A that was taken off the turf and run in the slop. This race remains on the grass. The turf course is listed as yielding, goes 3/4 of a mile. Nancy, there are some scratches in this spot, but looking at the board right now, much different from what you see at Gulfstream Park, where you have a heavy favorite. You have 2 horses as co-9-2 favorites, and the 2 Arzak. Then the 6 horse also a 9-2. That's a Voodoo Zip. You talk about that. If the favorite wins that race, it's going to pay $11.
Yeah, and I mentioned the number 2 Arzak earlier. Just reeks of class. Has been facing some graded stakes company last 4 starts, coming from the barn of Mike Trarbetta, Irad Ortiz in the irons. But Voodoo Zip, one to really take a look at as well. Joel Rosario back in the irons. Comes off the 2nd start, off just a minor little vacation of 4th in the Lucky Coin over the Saratoga turf. And that was also the first time racing off Lasix, and did face many in this group last out as well. So going to be a very interesting group, but it's going to be interesting also from a speed variable, because a lot of the speed did scratch out. So it's going to be a lot of horses shortening up, and this again is a grade 3 event. One of the good reasons why this one did decide to remain on the turf.
Yeah, and they keep those graded stake races on the turf in New York as long as they can, so we'll see how things unfold. I'm going to wait till we get a little bit closer to the race to give you the winner on that, because I'm dominating through 2 races right now. So
he is.
We'll see how things unfold. Here's the cool thing about it, like we mentioned though, a lot of our players, everybody has had to play a minimum of $400. But when I just glanced up at the leaderboard, basically like the top 25 had all made some money. So everybody's making a little bit of a move, and you're going to see some of these bankrolls grow as we get through the course of some of these races here through the mandatories. You're looking at the leaderboard once again. Justin Mustari is your current leader at $3,500.
Are we going to have a Mustari trifecta
There's a
in the
potential.
top?
There's a potential for it, definitely. They're all very good handicappers.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, anything can happen there with these guys, so we'll see what happens. We're going to have about 15 minutes, though, before we get to these races, so we're going to take a little bit of a break. Then Emily's going to come back with our next guest leading up to mandatory race number 3.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. We'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
I do remember. All right, I'm back with Ray. We've been looking at these upcoming mandatory races, we've been handicapping them a little bit, so we've had some conversation. We'll start with the Belmont Race 9. It's a turf sprint coming up, and I know you're looking at the number 8 horse, Value Proposition, and we're talking about this horse as a horse that, as you mentioned, was formerly trained by Chad Brown, and there has been a barn change, so there's a lot of price compensation. Is that one of the reasons that you've landed on this horse?
Well, I just think that he fits this race perfect myself. And, you know, this trainer, I've heard of him before. I heard on Steve Vick the other day that he's come back from not training much lately to the circuit here in New York. So I think if this horse stays in shape like he's been, the way he's been running, he should be there. And 15-1, 14-1 is a heck of a price.
Yeah, I looked up the trainer a little bit in researching this race. It looked like the trainer had been off since 2013 and has had a couple horses this year down in Florida and maybe getting a string up in New York as well. So right on the heels of this upcoming race at Belmont, we're going to go right into the Gulfstream Park race. This will be race 10 coming up. It's a juvenile stakes race, and I know you had an opinion in this event. And the opinion starts with the favorite, right? Because we've got that big 1-9 heavy favorite on the 8 right now.
Yes, and I'm going to try to beat him. I will play him with my price horse, but he's been a sprinter, so now he's going 1 mile and 1/16. He's trying 2 turns for the first time. They didn't pay a lot of money for this horse when they originally bought him, but he's turned into quite a nice horse. He's 3 for 3. And I'm going to try to beat him. My pick in here is the 5 horse Commandment. I like this horse. He ran pretty even last time, and I think today the extra distance will help him. And I also like the 1, this combo, Edward Zayas and Safi Joseph. They're on fire. I think they just won the last race here at Gulfstream. So I'm going to include him, and my bomb will be the 7 who I'll put in. And I'll play with the 8 a little bit with the 2 prices, but I'll be playing the 1, 5, and 7 as my top plays.
I think this is going to be a race, this upcoming 10th race at Gulfstream. There's a lot of players here that Gulfstream is a primary track, so I think there's going to be a lot of players trying to attack, and especially when there's an opportunity that you have that favorite. 1-9 is very short on a horse that, as you mentioned, is doing something new, stretching out and going around 2 turns for the first time. And I think as far as handicapping this race, Gulfstream Race 10, you have a lot of horses coming out of that common race. So if you kind of go back and watch, that was that last out stakes race down at Gulfstream Park around 7 furlongs. those horses coming out of it, and which horse is going to excel at that added distance. So I like where you're landing on that Apocalypso. Looks like kind of the right horse in this race. Well, I don't want to hold you up. I know you got to get your bets in with the time, but I appreciate you joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and this has been a great venue here. We've been here since Thursday night. I think we almost lived here, so it's fantastic. It's a great location. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, the next of our mandatory races, it's actually going to shuffle around a little bit, Nancy, and we thought there was the potential of this. Gulfstream Park got backed up a little bit. They take a little bit of time. Belmont does a great job of staying on time. So
yes,
your next race is actually going to be the 9th from Belmont, but if you're handicapping for the contest, you got to play these two races together because you may not have time in between. But let's look at the field here for the 9th. At Belmont at the Big A, because these races are being contested at Aqueduct, this race remains on the turf, 3/4 of a mile on the turf. They're listed as yielding, Nancy. This is a good event here, the Belmont Turf Sprint. It's a Grade 3 event. You do have some scratches in this spot. Betting-wise,
Really
this was a
chance to
wide
get
open betting board.
I could not agree more. 7-2 right now on the number 2, Arzak. 4-1 originally on the morning line. I've loved this horse from the get. Just oozes class. He's got experience over a yielding turf, ran very well over it last year at Monmouth. Another one, looking further down, Christophe Clement certainly knows how to get horses ready regardless of the turf condition. Sends out the number 6, Voodoo Zip, right now at 4-1, and very experienced over the turf. And love the fact that he was second over the Belmont yielding turf, going a mile though, and that is when he was second, beaten a neck when still a maiden. And I'm also, Jim, going to throw in the number 10, Dancing Buck. He is 6-1 on the morning line. Michelle Nevin, Manny Franco, and he's never been off the board in 3 starts here at Belmont at the Big A on the local turf. And Scuttlebuzz, the far outside number 12, he's 10-1, but I tell you what, 4 wins and 4 starts over this local course. Kendrick Carmouche, Rudy Rodriguez, and I tell you what, it's been a while since he's seen the winner's circle, but the last time he did, it was over this turf course against stakes companies. But the fact that he is a horse for course, I love that angle.
And Scuttlebuzz, I mean, 8 times first or second out of 9 starts at this distance. It's one of those things that it's really surprising to me that you're seeing 10-1. But when you look at a field like this, because you look to the inside, Arzak, they're kind of looking at, okay, greatest stake, greatest stake, greatest stake, greatest
Right.
stake. A good reason why that you're going to see this horse take some money. The horse that intrigued me a little bit is coming up here in the post parade. That's the 7, a Thin White Duke. Jose Ortiz aboard this runner for trainer David Donk. This one 10 starts on the grass, 6 of 10 on the board. The last 3 starts all came at 5.5. And this is a horse that tends to rate back early on and come running at him late in the lane. Now you go a 16th of a mile further today. I think that's going to benefit. I'll be curious to see if there's enough pace to chase, because that's the one concern for me. But this is a horse that tends to rate and rally late. So if I was playing this race, I would probably go to the 7, Thin White Duke. The question is if you're a contest player in this race, and we're looking right now, you have 7, 8 guys over that $2,000 mark. There's the potential here, Nancy, if you can hit a gimmick to make a huge move. But at the same time, when you're betting $200 on a race and you have horses that, okay, even if the 2 wins, that's a $9 winner, there's a chance to make a significant move there. If you're a contest player, what do? You almost have to play at least a little bit of win place money and then maybe look to the gimmicks.
I would certainly agree. I think the question there is, how do you divide up that 200?
Yep.
Do you go 100 win place, 100 with your gimmicks, or yeah?
And that's what Kevin Costello mentioned,
how
yeah.
much. Yeah, I think it depends where you are currently in the standings, and obviously you've got to make sure you got $800 at least come towards Hawthorne Derby time.
Yeah, and looking kind of at how things are in the leaderboard. When your leader's sitting about $3,500 right now, which is where Justin Mustari is on the leaderboard, you have that potential for some movement here. So again, maybe take $100, maybe you go 50 and 50 on a horse, and then you try to work out some gimmicks a little bit there underneath, because the gimmicks are going to pay well regardless. Now again, the other big question mark that comes up is, how do you play this race going into the race at Gulfstream Park? Now let's take a look at the field for the 10th at Gulfstream Park. That is the other of our races, and we talked about this a little bit. This originally was slated to be contest race number 3, but then they get about 17, 18 minutes behind, and it happens in the racing industry where things get shuffled around a little bit. Awesome Strong was the 7-5 morning line favorite, 1-5 on the board right now.
Not surprising.
And the record shows that this is a horse that should be favored. But to me, I think every single contest player is going to play against that horse and try to find a place where they can get some value.
And I think you're obviously going to get a lot of value underneath, because your second choice on the board right now is the number 1 at 9-1,
Yeah.
Apocalypso. Safi Joseph already has, that I've noticed, at least 1 win on the undercard, and he has 2 chances in here with the numbers 1 and 2, a 9-1, and then a 50-1. You don't see many 50-1
No, not from that
Safi
barn.
Joseph runners.
Right.
But very interesting runners. I think Apocalypso certainly has a chance to upset. Was a maiden winner in the debut, and then a good third last time out against stakes runners, going 7 furlongs. So I think shortening back up stretching out to a mile and a 16th. This horse could certainly appreciate the added distance.
Yeah, for me, it's going to be Turbo in this spot. This was a horse that ran second to Awesome Strong in a couple of those races, but Turbo's a horse that's posted some of those consistent numbers and was 16-1 on the board. So I'm going to take 16-1 over 1-5 anytime. Now, here's the cool thing about it. You had to worry about things kind of stacking up on top of one another. I like when racetracks can kind of keep an eye to and maybe recognize what's going on. You know there's a huge day going on in New York. They have all those graded stakes. They're going to stay on time. Horses are on the track in that race, Belmont at the Big A. It actually looks like it's raining once again there, but they're going to run on the turf.
The track looks wetter.
So it looks like you're getting some rain as you take a look at the signal there. But here's the good thing. They're 5 minutes to post. They're going to go off pretty close to on time. Now, Gulfstream is listed as 7 minutes to post, but they're still in the walking ring. So you might have 5-6 minutes in between those races. So, Nancy, if you're a contest player here, you're making this bet on the race at Belmont. But some contest players, I tend to wonder if they're going to try to wait and then make that determination if they want to play this race and then go and play the Gulfstream race.
I think I would wait.
Yeah, I would too.
I personally, I would be a race-by-race type person.
Yeah, you might have to. Right now you're getting 3-1 on Arzak in this race at Belmont. They're 4 minutes to post. Again, it looks like it's raining there. This is going to be a very wet turf course. They're listing it as yielding. It's probably going to be on the softer side.
Yeah, definitely looked drier for our first mandatory race at Belmont at the Big A. So, Jim, I went with numbers 2, 6, 10, 12. I'm going to go with trifecta wager. I'm going to go with a 4-horse trifecta for my second mandatory race, Belmont at the Big A.
All right, so if I was playing, again, a mythical contest wager here,
Okay.
and I would have been off to a good start in the first
Yes,
two.
you would have.
I would have probably played things a little bit more conservatively in this race.
Okay.
So for me, I probably would have taken on my $200. I would have played 100 to win in place on the 7. Even if you run second, you're going to make some money in this spot. If you happen to win, you're going to make good money. But again, looking at the board, Justin Mastari leads at 3,500. Mark Trifler is at 3,100. So nobody's made that huge move yet. Trey Styles sitting there at 3,200 after hitting the first mandatory race. Nobody, Nancy, is up around that $5,000, $6,000 mark, so nobody has to freak out too much.
We still have a long way to go. So, yeah, we're almost to the halfway point. And then, again, we still have I don't know if many players have played their option.
Right, and that's the thing, too.
That's a big key factor right there as well.
Yeah, and they want to see kind of how things unfold for those that do play their optionals. We heard a little bit of cheering going on in the background for some of the folks, so maybe somebody hit at a couple of locations as we were looking. You just had a $14 winner over at Churchill, so having some potential to maybe make a little bit of money. A heavy favorite at Santa Anita, so everybody probably stayed away there. The question is, at Gulfstream, when you have a 1-5 favorite and the next closest horse is at 9-1, everybody's going to look to prices in that spot. But you're looking at them; they're on the turf course at Belmont at the Big A. Again, this is going to be a very wet turf course. It's going to be a very tiring turf course. I'm going to be curious to see kind of how things unfold in this spot. You have 5-2 favoritism here on the 2 Arzak, so everybody seems to think, hey, Arzak is a horse that could possibly be a horse that's potentially right there late. But here, 3 starts at this distance on the grass and is yet to win in those 3 starts. I think class-wise, yes, it's a huge edge. Potential for some value-wise, maybe you might want to look elsewhere, like you mentioned,
Right.
hook multiple horses in.
And then also right now, I mean, again, he's 3-1. It's kind of surprising. He's your favorite. You're going to get $8 and change on your favorite.
Right.
So it's still a really good value. You just took a little click to 5-2, so 7 and change on your winner. Quick side note: you're 4 minutes to post for race 10 at Gulfstream. They are still in the paddock,
you'll have time.
in the circling ring. So we have lots of time. Even before race 10 at Gulfstream. So no pressure from our players here going towards our next mandatory race.
Yeah, they're focused, and it's going to change a little bit, like we mentioned initially in the grand scheme of things, schedule-wise. Gulfstream would have been race number 3. But you look at that because of a little bit of delay there. And Aqueduct, they have to stay on time. I mean, you fall into kind of your TV line and you have to stay on time. So Belmont is remaining on time. So they're going to be the next race. So that's going to come up as our 3rd mandatory. Again, everybody has to play $200 in this spot. It's going to be at Belmont at the Big A. We're going to see how things unfold. And for everybody else, if you want to play along,
you can.
Yeah, you can go to Club Hawthorne ADW. You can sign up for that. Play along with all of these races. And the cool thing about these ADWs, Nancy, you can watch and wager through any of those apps right there. You can play a race. You can watch the signal right then and just kind of follow along.
Yeah, just sit on your couch, have your snacks, and cheer along.
I
do it.
A day like this when you have college football
I have college
on Sunday,
football
you have NFL
on,
football
and,
on. Multiple races. Why not?
It's a good thing I'm not betting college football.
Only because of who you cheer for,
That
but
is
that's
right.
okay. But
Only today, though.
It is only today. Things can change. You never know.
Yes.
So let's see what happens here as they're loading into the gate right now. As always, want to thank our presenting sponsor, the Daily Racing Forum. They've done an awesome job helping out all of these contestants. And
that is my daily Bible.
it's a lot of people's
DRF.
daily Bible. It has
It
to
is.
be.
The Daily Racing Forum is a lot of people's daily Bible.
Using the proofs right here. I have the Daily Racing Forum
Forum,
PPs.
God bless you.
Well, they're loading into the gate for this race at Belmont at the Big A. Again, Nancy would have a 4-horse try box. For me, everything would be on the nose of the 7-horse. Let's see what happens here in mandatory race number 3.
Waiting now for Chewing Gum and Scuttlebuzz. There in the gate. Rider was briefly off. Number 7, Thin White Duke. Jose Ortiz now back on. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 12, Scuttlebuzz, and he trails. Dancing Buck is right out for the early lead. With Chewing Gum on the outside, Arzak is down at the rail, and in between those two is the gray 7 Cents, who runs in 4th. Value Proposition is next in 5th. Yes and Yes on the inside in 6th. Voodoo Zip is in 7th, followed by Thin White Duke and Scuttlebuzz. Dancing Buck leads here by 2.5 lengths. Chewing Gum and Arzak, they are right together, 2nd and 3rd. The opening quarter mile, 23 seconds over the yielding turf. And it is Dancing Buck who steps away now to lead by 4 lengths. Arzak down on the inside and Chewing Gum on the outside. They're giving chase to Dancing Buck, who heads for home with the lead. Ran the half in 46 and 1. It's Dancing Buck by 2. Arzak picks up the chase now in 2nd. And then it is Chewing Gum in 3rd, followed next by Yes and Yes. But in the meantime, Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths. And it's going to be the New York bred Dancing Buck to dominate the field in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf Sprint.
And Dancing Buck is the one that gets the job done there. And Nancy, you would put together a 4-horse tri-box, and like we mentioned, you play things a little bit differently based on where you would feel you are in the contest. So you would have been in pretty good shape there because you beat the favorite. Arzak was the favorite. This is a horse that ran a big race, really took well to a wet turf.
Disappointing effort out of the favorite, but you know what? That's the way these contests really do sometimes need to work out for these players. Michelle Nevin did a really good job of getting this horse ready. This horse never off the board over this particular turf and had a decent wet Tomlinson number, and now 3 wins and 4 starts over the Big A turf.
And you're looking at 4-1 winner. You have a 5-1 second choice there. They do have a photo for 3rd, so we'll see how things unfold. We'll expect to see if there's any movement there, but we have to shift quickly to the 4th of our mandatory races. So players might have had that opportunity to watch and see how that race at Belmont and the Big A unfolded and how it finished. Maybe it changes how they're going to handicap this 4th mandatory race as we go over to the 10th from Gulfstream Park. Those horses are on the track right now. They're warming up, getting ready for this race. You still have a heavy favorite at 2-5 in there. That comes with the 8 horse. That's Awesome Strong. After that, 6-1 on the 1 Apocalypso. The horse that I probably would play in here would be the 6 Turbo. That one's sitting at 9-1. Nancy, can they beat the favorite in this race?
Well, it's going to be hard to do because the favorite, one good thing about him is that he's shown to be tactical, but that has been sprinting. But a big stat for trainer Jorge Delgado is that he is rocking 20% when going from sprint to route, and an even higher 33%, Jimmy, when going from 2 sprints to a route. And a lot of these horses don't have that 2-turn experience, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this one does set up from a pace standpoint.
Yeah, and when you get young horses going 2 turns, sometimes young horses going 2 turns for the first time, you're really unsure of what's going to happen. Some horses may show a little bit more speed. Sometimes they miss the break. Some horses, stamina-wise, may not be ready to handle that distance. So we will see how things unfold in this spot. Even Awesome Strong, the horse that currently sits as your 2-5 favorite, this horse has gone no further than 7/8 of a mile on its career. You're asking a little bit more, going the mile and a 16th in this spot. I'll tell you the one thing, though, that you have to give them credit for. There was a hurricane that went through there not too long ago.
I tell you,
back on the racetrack, and the course looks
they're
great.
in Miami,
right?
Which
they were able to duck
side,
some of it. Yes.
Yeah, the Tampa side was definitely more affected than the Miami side, the west side of the state. So,
but you definitely got that rain that came through that area. But hey, when you have a synthetic surface, that helps quite a bit. They have a fast track right now. All right. And right now they're loading in the gate. Let's see how things unfold. And after this, we're going to see what kind of movement we see on our leaderboard through 4 mandatory races. Good luck.
Diamond Cool, Awesome Strong, Tigre, Commandant, and 5150. 1-2 favorite, Awesome Strong. Turbo. Cajun Hope. And Hard to Handle. Cajun Hope in the colors of William Shirley, second last to go forward. Hard to Handle to the outside under Paco Lopez. There in the gate. Racing in the 40th running of the In Reality. Good beginning for Awesome Strong. He's away mid-flight, reaching up for some forward position. Down at the rail, it's Apocalypso, and Diamond Cool runs right with him. Then they stack across the course. In tight is Awesome Strong. He's trying to find where he wants to race. His Commandant and Turbo are right with him, and Cajun Hope works over from the top shelf. So Vasquez in decision-making mode early with Awesome Strong behind the top two. A gap of 3 to Hard to Handle. He worked over from the 12 post, racing ahead of Belts and Brooks. A gap of another 2.5 to Knox, then Rock and Roller. Tigre is second last, and the trailer is 51.50. The leader is Apocalypso. Apocalypso in front by half a length through the opening quarter, and an energetic 22-2. Diamond Cool is there second toward the outside. That's Turbo. He's right there with the top two. Awesome Strong is now in the clear. He's not got any traffic issues at this stage. Commandant is behind him. Then it's a gap of 2 to Hard to Handle as Cajun Hope drops back. Tigre starts to pick off horses ahead of Belts and Brooks. Then it's Rock and Roller. Knocks toward the back in the trailer 51.50. The half mile was a strong 46-1. Around the far turn they go. Apocalypso working overtime to hold the lead. 4 wide, Awesome Strong. 2-path, Diamond Cool with an upset threat. Running home with an inside lane. Here's Tigre. Jason Huayas has him in striking position. Panici is at work on Commandant. Still plenty of chances here. There's a quarter of a mile left to go, and Awesome Strong trying to rise to the occasion after 3 quarters in 12-2. Awesome Strong is in front with work to do. Apocalypso is next. Tigre's up the rail, then Commandant and Diamond Cool. There's less than an eighth to go. Awesome Strong is on fumes, but he's in front. Tigre is at the rail, and he's gaining ground, but he can't gain ground quickly enough, as Awesome Strong will complete the series sweep and win the In Reality. Tigre was second, closer for third, either Knox or Apocalypso in 1:46-2.
And Awesome Strong, the heavy favorite, is the one who gets the job done in this spot, Nancy. That was the heavy favorite. There was a lot of cheering for the 9 Tigre.
A lot of cheering for the
70-1.
9, 70-1. So Tigre coming from the barn of Roger Lauren. And very interesting, this horse just had 1 win and 4 starts, coming off a really good third against Stakes Company, going a mile 70.
Right.
So had that 2-turn experience, did get up for second. So a lot of people in this room did have the 9. So I heard a lot of people say get up for third, but he did round out the exacta.
And the thing that I'm going to be curious about was a really good ride on the 9. Saved ground the whole way around when some others were kind of staggering through.
Yeah, was
they
able to
weren't
get through
able
on
to
that
get the
rail.
job done. And this is a horse that had that perfect trip, rolled through on the inside. So I'm going to be curious to see what happens here because we have ample time. We've got about 45 minutes now till our 5th mandatory race. So you're going to see the movement on the leaderboard here as we're going to show you the leaderboard after we get back from our next interview because it's going to compile mandatory race 3, mandatory race 4, people who have played those optionals. I think you're going to start to see some of that movement now, Nancy, and now people are going to be coming into the final 2 of our contest races and that optional race.
Right.
So you don't realize how quickly things move along and how quickly they can change too.
They do, and that seemed like it happened all at once, and especially with people having at the Gulfstream race, potentially having used the 4 to 5, 70-1 on your second choice, over 23-1 to round out your trifecta. So very interesting results at Gulfstream Park.
Nobody has blown up the tote board yet in regards to this contest. That means everybody's still in the mix. Yeah, so far.
That
so
we know
we'll
of.
see what happens after we get these official results from New York. See what happens after we get these official
It'd be
results
very
from
interesting
Gulfstream.
if somebody put 200 to
Can you
place
imagine?
on Tigre.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what those payouts are going to be. They're still unofficial at Gulfstream, but they went 4 to 5 on top of 70 to 1, on top of 23 to 1. So there are some huge payout potentials there. We're going to have a little bit of time here to kind of compile the results, get everything back in order. We're going to interview some more players coming up as well. But first, we're going to have a little bit of a commercial spot, give everybody a chance to kind of catch their breath and see what's happened after our first 4 mandatory races. So we'll come back with you shortly and give you that leaderboard update.
Racing on DRF Bets. You'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
Somewhat of that race. All right, so we've just concluded the 2 mandatory races, Belmont Race 9 as well as Gulfstream Race 10, and I'm joined by Scott Coles. And Scott, you had a good Belmont race just in that mandatory?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I had the right idea. There's no pace in the race, so I liked Dancing Buck quite a bit. Tried to get a little too cute with some of the bets underneath, but I did get a $70 win place bet. There were a couple other horses I was a little worried that could also gun for the lead, but when he made the clear lead, I was like, wish I would have done just a full-on send on him. But the speed's been pretty good on that track today on the turf, surprisingly good. I mean, in the stakes race before that, a gate to wire winner at you got IRAD at 9 to 1, which I did not have in an optional. Played a different horse that I thought might be able to do the same. So I've been looking for speed, and Dancing Buck broke like a shot and just never looked back. So made a little bit back there.
So as far as that race going in, and as far as how you approached it, you said you would have done something a little bit different. You would have, instead of doing win place, gone all win. Is it a typical strategy for you to play win place? Is that something you're comfortable, or do you kind of get yourself away from just kind of going more towards the win?
So I was going more win early, so what concerns me is there's only 9 horses in the last race, and I did win place to try to get a little bit back on my money. I didn't want to blank the whole day and only have $800 to play that race, so I'm starting to play a couple races a little more conservatively to have a little bit more. So you're above the people that only have 800 left to play that have just fired away and missed. But since I haven't hit anything yet, I just want to have – I don't want to be at the very bottom going into that last race because there's only 9 horses. So I'm just kind of trying to mix it up a little bit and probably lost a little bit too much confidence at the beginning. So I had too many second-place finishers early that if I'd have done win place, I'd have been fine. And now if I'd have done win, I would have been better. It's my biggest problem in live banks.
It is really hard, especially just kind of remembering that every race is like that new set, right? Like the whatever's happened, but it does kind of wear on you, especially when you run second a lot. And one of the things that you mentioned, and I've talked about in a few interviews, is going into that last race, what type of bankroll do you want to have? In like an ideal situation, do you have a dollar amount? Would you like to have double? Would you like to be around 1,600 more going into that last race?
I think anybody that's above their starting bankroll will be in good shape. I was targeting closer to 3,000 for today because there's only 9 horses to pick from, and I think a lot of us are going to be sharing the same horses. And if you have a ton of people, I think there's a couple that are easy throwouts. I could be wrong, but so you're down to a handful of horses. You can't be too far down in money if you want to play a win bet. Now, if you're going to hit the exacta or the try, you can separate yourself there, which is possibly something that I'm going to have to do now because I'm a little behind. We'll see how Santa Anita goes here. But, yeah, I think is a little bit higher than in years past with a huge field because I don't think there are that many horses that can win the race. But we'll see. I think 3,000 will be a safer number. I also haven't looked at the latest update of the board. I'm not sure who's leading.
So were you saying earlier that you still have your optional bullet, or did you already fire your optional?
No, I fired it. I had the right idea, wrong horse. In the 6 horse, I tried to do a small field and took the biggest price because I thought he could make the lead. And instead, the IRAD horse in that Belmont with the 2 heavy favorites in the Belmont at Aqueduct race, IRAD wired him at 9 to 1. I had that at 1, so hoping that he would gun for the lead. Didn't. IRAD got it and never looked back. So.
When you're looking at an optional race, and there's especially in this tournament format because there's only one. Typically in other tournaments you get kind of a fair share and you can kind of pick your spots. Coming into this one and having just that one bullet, what was some of the criteria that you were looking at in order to pick a race?
I just wanted the biggest obstacle for me is that you can't go all in, right? So you have, with only being able to bet $200, you kind of demand value. Unless I got off to a super hot start, I would have been maybe willing to take a shorter price just to try to churn my bankroll and just keep the 200 plus a little bit more. But they took out show betting, and they also, cap these options at $200. So it's kind of difficult. So I was just hoping to get a pretty solid price, double-digit odds preferred, and I got it. I got what I wanted. I just had the wrong horse. So.
Right. I think that happens a lot with players. You really just want to execute your opinion. If your plan of attack was, I'm looking for a double-digit horse, I got the number, I got the horse. If it doesn't work out, that's just how it goes. I mean, that's the difference between winning in these and losing in these tournaments. But in the long run, it is the winning strategy. So we're talking a little bit, and this is another kind of strategy that I think is different. So this upcoming race at Santa Anita, and we're still about maybe a little bit 45 minutes or so up until that 6th race at Santa Anita. And your approach is more of like one of a bettors. You're playing the board. Is that a typical strategy for you?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a huge CZ Rocket fan. I need to see the price that we're going to go off at. B, been a little bit off form. Now, there's 2 horses that could go into the lead, and one of them I think is going to be heavily favored. I mean, coming out of the Santa Anita Derby, I just don't know. There's a lot of question marks there. There's a few things that have gone wrong. They've had some setbacks. They had some colic. I just really wanted to see the board and see how this is going to be bet, because I could see it going a number of ways. I still think that horse will take a lot of money, but then you had one scratch, I believe, so we're down to a 6-horse field. So you're going to need to separate yourself in this. You're going to need to get a little creative, I think. So I'm just trying to feel it out a little bit. I didn't want to make a decision ahead of time on a race like this, just because I think it can go a couple different ways. I think if the 2's right, he's much the best horse, but there's a lot of reasons not to like it. And if the price is too short, I'm going to have to look elsewhere, especially where I'm at on the board. So.
And what you brought up is a super good point. So you can have a lot of times the horse that you think is much the best, but it really comes down to odds, because that's the probability of that horse winning, which even if they are much the best, there is that margin for error, so which does create some value on the board. And you did mention that horse that was scratched and the trainer has another horse in the race. Do you kind of put a lot of stock into that maybe they scratched one and this one's live, both those horses coming out of Del Mar races?
Yeah, I mean, it's always something to consider. There's a lot of interesting little kind of nuances and angles inside this one race for only 6 horses. There are a lot of different ways that you could go if that 2 isn't exactly right. So I'll be watching for all of that. I definitely agree that could be a thing. So.
Well, Scott, it was nice to meet you. We're just meeting for the first time. Totally enjoy your work and everything. And
same here. You put a lot of great Twitter content out there.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. We'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
It's always nice when you are joined by an NHC champion. Jim Bennis joining me today. Jim, you're a guy who we see all the time around the racetracks here in Illinois, but you have had focuses out on racing in California as well. Like I said, you're an NHC champion in the past. You play a lot of different contest formats. So I want to talk to you, I guess, just a little bit more about strategy when you go into that final race of the contest. Now, we've looked at the board right now. Your leaders are right around $3,000, so nobody has had that huge move today up to like $9,000, $10,000, $11,000. But when you have to play a minimum of $800 on a race, is the way the strategy for you going to be determined based on what you're looking at for where the leader is and kind of determine how big you're going after a gimmick maybe instead of maybe a win-place play?
Absolutely. You got to worry about what's in front of you to catch, so the scores will definitely tell me how I played a race.
All right, so if you're sitting right now and say you're going into that last race and your leader is right around $3,000, what do you think off that $800 wager is it going to take? Do you have that in your head, kind of an idea on how much you think is going to win?
No, I'm not like everybody else.
Okay.
A lot of people have this idea what they know it is.
Uh-huh.
I don't have that idea.
Right.
Obviously, you got to get past that by, 5 or 6
sure.
minimum. But I mean,
I don't know what it is.
Right, and when you go through some of these contests and you see the different contest formats, I mean, you were an NHC champion. A lot of that's focused just on a win-place wager. You see some of these other contest formats that are that open format type of contest where you can play different wagers, different gimmicks, and different racetracks, and that's something that helps too. So when you look at a contest like this and you get that option of an optional race, you don't have to tell us what it is, but it gives you that potential. Is that something that kind of evens the playing field, you think, a little bit for some of those players instead of just saying, here's all your mandatories and just go get them?
Absolutely, especially somebody for like me, because I play one circuit.
Right.
So, yes, it's very helpful to have at least one race that you know you can pick.
Right, and that's the thing, and you take that race and you kind of go after it a little bit and then try to build things just a little bit more bankroll-wise. The last question I'm just going to ask you here before we turn you loose, are you surprised after the 4 mandatories that nobody has gone even further up the leaderboard and sitting maybe $5,000, $6,000, $7,000?
I am a little surprised, yeah. But I mean, again, these tournaments, that's why I don't know what the final score is going to be when people say, I'm projecting this. Well, you go ahead and project.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They can go ahead and project, but you know what? When you win an NHC title, you know what you're doing. You have some good runs in that. So, Jim, best of luck for the remainder of the tournament. A couple more mandatory races. I know you have your optionals still to come up as well, so good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we're coming up with a couple more of those races. That's the longest I've ever gotten to talk to Jim Bennis in my life, so I'm very happy with having Jim on air for that. We do have our next mandatory race coming up with the 6th from Santa Anita, but we have a little bit of time for before that, so let's take a look at some more of our player profiles.
We're back, and I'm joined by Paul Hoffman. Paul's one of our locals here. And do you feel like there's some added pressure being a local that wanting to take home the Hawthorne Invitational?
Oh, there's definitely added pressure, but everyone knows that the best handicappers come out of Chicago and frequent these Hawthorne contests, which are the most competitive contests in the country. So, the pressure for sure, but every Hawthorne exhibits the same amount of pressure because no matter where you are, somebody's going to try to beat you.
You know, it's so funny because I moved here just recently from 2020 from out in Arizona, and I always consider the players in the Chicago area at grade 1 level because they're always at the top of the leaderboard. They're always good players. So, yeah, Chicago's probably the heavy favorite, and especially with the hometown pressure. And in a good spot looking at the leaderboard right now. So you're currently in 4th. So go and tell me about like your path to getting into 4th and your path going forward.
Sure. My path to get into 4th was I had $200 to win on the horse that just won by daylight at Belmont. So that got me $1,060 or so. And my other win was a common thing that I still remember from my dad, and I have to repeat it again. I told Jim Miller this in the initial invitational, that there's the most sure thing in horse racing is second-itis. This horse, Bailout Kayla, has got 9 races. He's got 7 seconds and a third. Where do you think she's going to run? Well, she ran second again at Hawthorne in the 3rd race. I just used her on the bottom with a couple on top and caught 960 positive. So that's where I am now. As far as where am I going, I got 1 mandatory left, which is pretty much a favorite weights, and I'll probably play the horse favorite to place. And then fortunately, I'll be in a good position to make an all-in bet on the last race at Hawthorne.
So a couple of those points to just touch on. So your optional race was at Hawthorne. We love that. So is that a track that you feel comfortable at, that you play a lot, that you just have a good feel for it, and you felt like that was your strength?
Honestly, I've always loved Hawthorne, and the people at Hawthorne are fantastic. But mainly the horse was exhibited the profile of second-itis. That was the play, regardless of whether it's at Keeneland or Hawthorne or Maryland.
Okay. So then your next strategy, this upcoming race, it'll be the 6th race at Santa Anita. And so from what you're saying, you're just trying to be a little bit conservative in that race. Just try to get through and pad your bankroll. Am I hearing you correctly?
That is correct. I mean, the people that are ahead of me are only slightly ahead of me, and my experience is that just like in a turf sprint, the leaders are going to come back to the rest of us. So I'm in a good position.
So you're just going to try to stay up there, push the pace, stalk and pounce in the last. So going into that last race of the tournament is the Hawthorne Derby. Is this a race that you feel a high level of confidence going in, that you can adjust on the fly if necessary? How are you feeling as far as handicapping that race and where you feel like the odds will be?
I feel pretty confident in handicapping. I invested a lot of time in it. It was a really tough race. Out of the 9 horses, I felt 7 of them could make a case for them winning one way or another. So I used another strategy, which was to eliminate horses one by one, eliminate, and I've got it down to 2. They're going to be chalk, plays. They're currently like 3-1 and 4-1. They'll probably become lower, is my estimation, and I'll play one of those to win, or possibly pair them up in an exacta.
That is like one of my favorite strategies for handicapping is the process of elimination. I think that's kind of Mark Kramer, the lesser of evils type strategy. And that's how I approach the Hawthorne Derby, because I looked at some of those horses that I think are the most likely, and then maybe they're going to be a little bit short. So then I kind of started to work my way out. Okay, maybe there's some horses in here that aren't quite win contenders, and by the end of it, it kind of just a couple horses rose to the top. So I love that style, and I'm glad you're doing well.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you and have you up here.
Nice to meet you as well. Thank you.
All right, very good.
All right, Nancy, so we are through 4 mandatory races, and we talked about how difficult these races were going to be. We talked about how there were some prices for these races. Shockingly, no one's made a huge move. You see 10 people there that are in the plus. Alexa Zepp in place 10 at 2,100. Justin Mustari is still in the lead ever so slightly, but what a bunched pack. Anybody can still win.
Yeah, and as you can see, less than $3 separates your top 2 leaders, and it's going to be extremely tight. Could potentially, really come down to the last and final race, which is going to be our Hawthorne Derby.
And here's the thing about it, Nancy, when you have to play a minimum of $800 on a race, this contest leaderboard right here leaves everybody in the mix. Everybody is contention based on how you play
and
that.
They could go all in.
They can, right. They can choose to go all in. Nobody can feel comfortable right now in this contest. You can feel happy that you're in the lead, but nobody can feel comfortable with the way things are looking for the leaderboard right now. Some people still have those optionals out there. We do still have one more mandatory race before the Hawthorne Derby. But that mandatory race, Nancy, I don't know if there's going to be a ton of huge movement in that race, because we'll take a look at the field for that. That's going to be race number 6 at Santa Anita. That's the Santa Anita Sprint Championship. Now, this is a race where you had that scratch of the 7 Toto Fino. You mentioned earlier on the day, Nancy, that this is a key scratch in here, because this was a horse that I thought was going to be a player in the spot. Leaves you with only 6. Forbidden Kingdom, yes, you're heavy favorite on the board here, but you're still going to have about a half hour to get those wagers in. Maybe there's some move in the optionals, but what did you see in this race at Santa Anita?
Well, it's interesting. Doug O'Neill just won a stakes at Churchill Downs, and I noticed he was at Churchill Downs, which to me is a big sign when a trainer is not there to saddle a horse himself. The number 6, Kid Corleone from the barn of Doug O'Neill, actually supplemented $4,000 to be able to run in the Santa Anita Sprint Championship, actually makes his stakes debut. He's got a lot of early speed. Now, he does have a 1 race under his belt over the Santa Anita turf, which he was 4th in that maiden event as a 2-year-old. But I tell you what, Forbidden Kingdom, he is nothing to balk at. He is pure class. Does come out of a 6th, his worst career effort yet. But I'm going to just draw a line through that event. That was also going 2 turns. He's got that very nice early turn of foot. I like the fact that they shortened him back up, and he was pressured in that race. I don't think with that early turn of foot that he has been able to display, he's going to be pressured in this field.
I'm not sure who to like in this race. It's a really interesting race. I mean, the 4 None Above the Law is 8-1 in the morning line, and that's a horse that you can't completely toss out, but you don't know what the horse is going to do while sprinting. CZ Rocket has so much back class.
The old
You've seen
veteran,
this horse
the old
numerous
veteran,
times.
a monster sprinter, has faced some of the best sprinters in the country. But it's interesting that he's on the turf. He makes his actually this is on the main, excuse me. But yeah, it's interesting that he was one of the best sprinters in the country.
He beat Whitmore
years
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
Years ago. So.
The way that I would probably look at this race, I mean, maybe the 3, Howbeit, if you're looking for a price, might be the one. Mike Smith gets to pick and choose his rides. This is a horse that ran a good third in that last out. The thing about that race, though, that was getting the Lasix back. You look at some of these starts without Lasix, and that's one of the things in graded stake races. You can't race with Lasix.
Right.
Some horses may race differently from others. So I would have to wait and see what was going to happen with how things unfold on the board. Now, after that race is going to be the final race of our contest there. It's going to be that big mandatory race where you have to bet a minimum of $800. That's the Hawthorne Derby. It's going to go as race number 7 at Hawthorne. And Nancy, we were out there yesterday. It was a beautiful day for racing yesterday.
Oh, stellar.
It's another gorgeous day for racing at Hawthorne today. They still have a little bit of time till that race. But you got to be out there and talk to some of those riders, Nancy.
I did. I was very fortunate enough to talk to, I think, 3 of the key riders in this particular field. Speaking of Jareth Loveberry and Chris Amy, who have won this race
Right.
before. Also got a chance to talk to Orlando Mujica, who gets aboard American Mayhem.
Yeah, and this is a race, Nancy, where, like you mentioned, you get riders who know the course. Yes, it's a stake race. It's an open stake. But guys are sending them into riders that know the course. So that's the thing that's very interesting. Got to talk to 3 of those riders yesterday. And let's take a look at what they had to say about how things are going to unfold for the Hawthorne Derby in their eyes.
Here in the Hawthorne Winner's Circle with Jareth Loveberry, who climbs aboard Speaking Scout, who is the 3-1 morning line favorite for trainer Graham Motion in tomorrow's feature, the Hawthorne Derby. Now, Jareth, he is 0 for 2 at tomorrow's Derby distance of 1 1/8 on the turf, but I know you are very familiar with this turf course. Handle it effortlessly. I know you've had a chance to look at his previous races. What are your thoughts on maybe a pace scenario, because there's not a whole lot of speed in tomorrow's field?
That's what I was going over. Not a whole lot of pace, but when the gates open, you know, it sets up differently each race. You look at it, and just got to be thankful for the opportunity to be in the race. Being towards the inside, I'll be able to save ground the first turn, and hopefully there's a little bit pace to run at. He looks like he's been running against tough company, so he looks like he's very live in this spot.
Definitely agree. He does look like he gets a little bit of class relief here. Also interesting that the blinkers come off that he's worn in his last 6 starts, so maybe potentially a little bit more forwardly placed and potentially more relaxed.
We'll see how that sets up. You know, gates open, it just changes all the time. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to it.
Well, good luck tomorrow. And with Speaking Scout is, again, the 3-1 morning line favorite in tomorrow's feature, the Hawthorne Derby. Best of luck, Jareth.
Thank you. Try to win it 2 years in a row.
All right, there you go. Speaking Scout for trainer Graham Motion.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. We'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
All right, I'm going to be joined by another local with Keith Newton, who's currently sitting in 3rd right now. And so, Keith, tell me a little bit about how you got into 3rd, if you had some of your best plays of the day.
Well, the first race, I had the 7, and I really liked him, and I couldn't predict, like in that mud, that he would jump out to the front and win. So I started out ahead, and then I flubbed a couple, but the Gulfstream race, I had him to win and to place, but I put him in some gimmicks, and so that's where I'm at.
So yeah, it was kind of a clever race at Gulfstream, because you did have some of those big prices that came in that spiced up, even with the chalk on top. And Frank Mastari, who won with like kind of a similar type outcome, right, where it was maybe a mid-priced horse on top at that 70-1 that kind of that spiced it up. And there's 2 races that are left. We have Santa Anita 6 and then the Hawthorne Derby. Of either of those races, do you feel like you have a strong opinion, or are you looking at these races from, I'm trying to accumulate a certain dollar amount and that's what's going to get me there to the win?
I do have opinions, but I like the 2's going to be hard to beat at Santa Anita, I think. Sometimes when you can't beat the favorite, you just got to work with it. But I think the 6 could be trouble for him. The Hawthorne Derby, I think it's a 6 horse. I keep going back to him. And he's a horse that is, you could say, he's stepping up in class. I say he's going up the class ladder in the right way. And I think he's, if I remember right, he's gone through he won his maiden first out. He won his first, level of allowance. Then I guess he didn't win the second level, but he's in a grade 2 now. I think he fits, and all the other horses in here have run, and anybody could win, but I got my eye on the 6 because he's kind of moving up.
Yeah, and I think that is like, are you more of a form cycle player where you're kind of looking for those horses that are on the improve, even when they've had success, that are stepping up in class?
When it's a stakes race, I think class wins, and so I look for the horses that either are proven winners at that class, or like this horse is coming up. So I believe in class in stakes races.
In stakes races as well as on the turf, because you need to have that class and finishing ability. And so one of the things that you mentioned, I think this is an important aspect for handicapping and for betting in terms of this upcoming race at Santa Anita, is the ability to assess the favorite, is being able to assess, is this a strong favorite? Is this a favorite that I can take on? Is this a favorite I can beat? Is this a favorite that, the odds are accurate to their chances to win? And so when you're assessing this race, you find that the 2 should be the favorite in this race, so you're going to try to key around the horse?
I like the 6 also, so I'm going to work the 6 and the 2. It is Santa Anita. Favorites, die there, so sometimes it's best to say this is the horse I think is going to win, and then I'm going to pick anyone but that horse.
Yeah, we saw there was one of the races yesterday that we did see like a big price in a small field, so it is worth taking a shot. Well, good luck the rest of the way and keep climbing up that leaderboard.
All right, interesting scenario. I am joined with Trey Stiles, who is currently 5th on the leaderboard with just over $2,600. He is using an optional race right now, so very interesting scenario. It is race 11 at Gulfstream, non-2 for $8,000, going a mile. He's got quite a bit of structuring going on with a 4-5-12 $25 box and a $3 trifecta with a 4-5-12 and I believe a 4-5-7-8-12 box as well to use all of that $200. So as they are coming in the stretch right now, the 4 is on the lead, so he's the only one holding up his end of the bargain. So here he comes. So we've got the 11 kind of coming into second, who just kind of folded out of it. All right, Trey, lead us into this one. We got the 5 there, and I believe the 9 got up.
I think I missed the try on the
I think we missed the try, but he did hit the $25 exactas, so that is definitely I think that's good news for you.
Yeah, that'll exactly. I had the first race, and since then kind of floundered. So
yeah, he was the big leader in the first race of our mandatory contest. So officially welcome.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you having me on here.
Trey is a very accomplished, as he is in the NHC Hall of Fame. You might have seen him on the Sam Houston broadcast as the paddock analyst there, so we have something in common. So you have maybe an inside look of how to look at horses in the paddock. Do you use that at all in your handicapping?
Well, yeah, I mean, actually watching them in the paddock is not one of my strengths. When I do the show, most of it's I've got my thoughts about what's going to happen, and I really don't do it as much off of what I see in the paddock.
Okay.
A little bit. Sometimes, if you see them acting up or whatnot. But
Right.
I found as soon as I start trying to look at how sharp a horse moves in the paddock, it usually bites me in the rear. So I've learned to stay away. It's not my skill, but I do enjoy talking about the horses, and I've really enjoyed doing the paddock previews. It's a lot of fun.
Well, it is definitely a lot of fun, and you obviously very accomplished in your handicapping skills. What has kind of been your strategy today? Because you and I both actually use the same handicapping tool, DRF Formulator. That has kind of become my personal Bible. I lean very heavily on Formulator when doing handicapping.
I do, and you see me holding a bunch of papers.
Yes.
I just can't get away from them, but... So especially with contests like this where I'm going to be traveling, and I like to have it all spread out in front of me. But yeah, I use Formulator. That's my primary source. And this just helps me kind of structure it. I guess maybe this used to be all we had, right? But
yes.
But I still use the Formulator and just kind of use the papers to help me stay organized. I found when I don't print it out, I've kept stats, and I don't do as well. I don't know why. But if I just try to do it all electronically, it doesn't work for me.
So you just used your optional race. So you hit the exacta.
I did. I missed the try by Nick.
But
that's okay.
Maybe I'm going to say ahead.
Wasn't a bunch. I had a little try,
ahead.
so it wasn't that big a deal.
But
I got the big one, I bet.
It certainly potentially boosted you into the leaderboard. So we are going to go into the Santa Anita race, and then the big coup de grace for the finale, the Hawthorne Derby, which is a minimum of $800. So with that kind of being the structure for the finale of a minimum of $800, do you just go the $800? Do you go all in? How does someone like yourself, being a champion handicapper, how do you look at that race? Do you go all in? How do you structure your bet like that?
Man, that's the million-dollar question. You have to be willing to lose it all. So I don't really play in contests where I'm not willing to just treat it like play money and lose it all. So all in's definitely on the table. You can't say, well, I'd have $2,000 if I just walked away or only one. I mean, I'm here to win, and so if I have to win, I have to. Sometimes you have to go all in, and so I mean, if I had a big enough lead, I'd love to only be able to bet $800 and feel comfortable about winning. But that's probably not going to happen. I'm probably not going to be in a spot where I can do that because there's a lot of sharp players here, and somebody's going to hit something there. So I'll probably go all in. The question is what my balance is. So that'll help me, and take every race I can hit. I get a little less risk I have to put into that last, the less risky I have to get in that last race. So if I go all in, I like the favorite, and it's enough to get me there, and I've got a bankroll good enough to do it, I might just go all in on the favorite. But if
I like
last, I'll have to do all in with a superfecta or something.
Well,
it depends on what you got to do.
We will see your updated leaderboard here in just a little bit, and that's your old leaderboard right there that's showing. But we will get an update here, and there you are, $2,819 and 90 cents. So I was actually fortunate enough to talk to several jockeys from Hawthorne yesterday who have some key mounts in today's Hawthorne Derby. So speaking of that, let's get some more maybe inside info from riders in today's feature, the Hawthorne Derby. Another familiar face who will be in the starting gate for Saturday's feature, the Hawthorne Derby, Orlando Mojica. He gets the leg up from trainer Jimmy DeVito with American Mayhem. He did arrive from his Churchill Downs barn on Thursday. Now he comes off what Jimmy says a bit of a disappointing effort over the Kentucky Downs turf. Some horses might not seem to like that Euro-style turf, but nonetheless a very good third in that stakes race. What are your thoughts about him, Orlando, because he looks like he might benefit from his bit of speed that he has shown in his prior races?
Well, hopefully we got a good position, break good, put it behind the horses or put it right there. I know he's a good horse. I think we can take the winner. I trust him. I believe Jimmy always give me opportunity. We do good together. Hopefully we can take the winner tomorrow.
And it certainly looks like he is bred for the distance, as he will attempt it for the first time in his career. And Jimmy definitely thinks he is going to really benefit from this Hawthorne-style turf. And you're another that knows this turf very well also.
Yep. Hopefully tomorrow everything go well and take the winner.
Well, American Mayhem looking to kind of stir it up here at Hawthorne here tomorrow in the Hawthorne Derby. He will have a light jog or just a bit of a light gallop here on race day just to get things settled prior to race time. So, Orlando, best of luck to you in the Hawthorne Derby.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll see what happens come post time.
Nancy cheering on Arkansas Razorback football in the background.
Boys.
Hey, sometimes it's shocking when you get within 2 touchdowns of a team that's going to destroy you in the end. So we'll see what happens. But hey, we get to talk about sports betting here.
Okay, so
and here's the
Jimmy
reason we get
said we're on YouTube, so anything goes. So if I whack-a-mole him over the head with a microphone,
that's okay.
woohoo!
That's okay. You know what? I think they actually even recovered an onside kick. So
I'll take it.
anything can happen. All right,
Yes.
looking at the leaderboard, just glancing up there, you still have quite a few players that are bunched up at the top. We're 10 minutes to the next of our mandatory races. This is mandatory race number 5, the last of our $200 mandatory races. We go to Santa Anita Park, race number 6. This is the Santa Anita Sprint Championship. There's a field of 6 in this spot, Nancy. You glance at the board right now. The 2 Forbidden Kingdom is your current 4-5 favorite. You get a little bit of value with some others. CZ Rocket is 7-1, the Old Warrior. Every once in a while, these horses step up and run huge races. Howbeit, 9-1 right now. I don't know with that one coming back off. Lasix and None Above the Law maybe is a factor. That one's 22-1. Kid Corleone is a horse that you talked about.
Yeah,
that one's sitting at 7-2.
I'm really liking, the more I think about it, Kid Corleone, because you know what? I like the fact that they supplemented this horse. As I mentioned earlier, Doug O'Neill just won a stake at Churchill Downs, Tyler Gaffleone and the Irons. Edwin Maldonado and Doug O'Neill do okay together, but I like the fact that this horse has obviously shown enough for the barn that they said, you know what? We have enough confidence in him. We're going to step him up. We're going to back him with $4,000 to go ahead and enter him in this race. One of the handicapping angles that I really do like is third start off of a layoff. That kind of is in a horse's cycle form where he really does fire. Now, this horse was 4th last time, beaten less than a length win as the betting favorite. Now, however, today he will not be racing on Lasix. That's always a question mark for me. But he does run well over the Santa Anita surface. He's got that early running style. That is going to be to his factor today. So it could be a very potential hookup very early on between he and Forbidden Kingdom. We are going to see some lightning fast fractions regardless.
And because of the lightning fast fractions for me, I'm going to take a complete long shot here. I'm
Closer?
The 4, None Above the Law. This is a horse turning back from turf routes to a dirt sprint. If Forbidden Kingdom goes, if Kid Corleone goes, if Super Ocho goes and they go insanely fast, they could very easily merry-go-round it all the way around.
Yeah.
They could knock each other out, and None Above the Law is a horse that might be able to rate
The
and run
other
at him
Peter
late.
Miller horse.
Right. And you have 2 in there in a field of 6, so anything can happen in this spot. So we'll see how things unfold. There's 7 minutes to post.
22-1.
Yeah, they got some time there. So there's 7 minutes to post for that race there. So we have a little bit of time here, but we have another player that we want to get a little bit more insight as we're getting a little bit deeper into the contest. So let's see who Emily has for us.
All right, we're back. I'm joined with Steve Simonovich, who just taught me how to say his last name properly, so I wouldn't embarrass myself out here. And we just met today, but we've kind of known each other online for a while. And you're one of the few people I've talked to that has hit their optional race. And you played the most recent race. This was what, race 6 at Hawthorne that just went off? Race 5 at Hawthorne. And what made you decide race 5? Did you have an opinion, or was it more the timing of the day with kind of the conclusion of the tournament?
Well, I did like the 5 horse in that race. That horse, I think, is still running. But I did have a 3 horse exacta box with the 8 and the 11. The 11 was the Mike Maker shipper. Can't throw that one out. And then I liked the 8 because I felt like it was lone speed, and it actually hung on. I believe it went gate to wire and held off the 11. My 5 kind of got shuffled back, didn't run well. I had a $100 win bet on the 5, but I did a $15 3-horse box with the 5, 8, 11, and I think I made like $100 profit on the race. So it's a little bit of ammunition going into the next race, and it's nice to hit something because it's been kind of tough sledding.
Well, yeah, that's so important. It's just kind of having that momentum and confidence, right? You're like, okay, I hit something, all right, I'm feeling good. It kind of got me a little bit closer to where I need to be towards that finale race, which is coming up. It's right around the corner. We only have one more mandatory in between, Santa Anita, race 6, which we're now about 5 minutes to post, and you've already put your play in. And there's a big favorite in this race. How did you approach it, especially knowing that this is the last race before the finale?
Well, this is a mandatory race, and I originally liked the 7 horse, which scratched. So that kind of threw a monkey wrench into my plans. I went with Super Ocho, and Super Ocho had a good race here on the main track, but more importantly has a super work tab going on right now. And I'm just hoping that it breaks clean and just keeps going. And it's 9-2 right now. The prices across this race on the Forbidden, whatever his name is, Kingdom. And I don't like that horse, so it'll probably win by 10. But yeah, a horse that's done well here and has been training well here, you got to kind of take a stab with it. And 9-2 is, $11 horse, and I have a $200 win bet on it, so that'll give me $1,100, give or take. And like I said, if I can have a bankroll around $2,000 going into the Hawthorne Derby, I can do a lot of cool stuff.
We've talked about that with quite a few interviews, and then we were talking earlier at the table, just kind of hanging out, talking the power of having a certain number of bankroll going into that last race, how much ammunition. Now, as far as the Santa Anita race 6, and your original pick was the 7, and so the 5 is the same connections, and Hector Berrios jumping off the 7 to actually ride this 5. And I don't know if you watched some of those works, but this horse is fast. This horse is quick. Like, if you watch his works, I mean, there is like natural sprint speed, and this horse has got it.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to watch the works, but I know they replay those on right, and I didn't get a chance to watch those, but I do like Hector Berrios because he has ridden for my dad, who's got some horses out there with Lee Barocio, and he won on a horse called Lady J that we have, and I really like his riding style. I love him on turf. On dirt, he's still a good rider. And, this horse, like I said, feeling good. If it can move the AM work tab to the afternoon, this horse can pop.
And they ran him on the turf last out, and I thought that was kind of a subtle trip. I think this horse, and maybe even likes the dirt more, and as you said, has that speed. The speed could come from the 2, which is the big favorite coming off the layoff, but you do have those unknowns. You have the layoff, you have the cut back in distance, and a horse that you like that's a fair price. So good luck in this next race, and especially going into the Hawthorne Derby.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I love this contest. It's awesome. I'm glad we came back after a 2-year hiatus, so Got to catch those Mustaris.
We'll catch the Mustaris. They're up there right now, but we're going to root for Chicago all the way.
Let's do it.
All right, taking a look at the leaderboard, it's still very tight, Nancy, as we mentioned, through 4 of those mandatory races. We're coming up to the 5th of our mandatory races. This is the 6th at Santa Anita, the Santa Anita Sprint Championship. It's only a field of 6, Nancy. They have to bet $200 on this race. But when you're looking right here at the board, maybe a little bit of movement might be okay because it builds up a little bit of what you're going to have available to play on the Hawthorne Derby.
Yeah, and let's take note also, Jim, within that top 10, just over $1,000 separates your top 10, and less than $3 separates your top 2.
Yeah, and when you're talking about $10,000 prize on the line, you're talking about an NHC seat, Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge, a Pegasus seat. There's so many options available, so let's see what happens. As always, we want to thank our presenting sponsor, the Daily Racing Form, for presenting this contest for the Horse Players Invitational. Everybody can play on the Club Hawthorne app too, but let's take a look at the 6 for Santa Anita. They're on the track right now. The My Racehorse group has the favorite here. That's the 2, Forbidden Kingdom. This is a horse that sits at 4 to 5. The horse has so much speed, Nancy, but as you mentioned, there's some others that could possibly go out there and push things along as well.
Yeah, and that is the supplement horse from the barn of Doug O'Neill, Edwin Maldonado in the irons. That's Kid Corleone right now at 3 to 1. And speed all day, but it is interesting as he does step up after that 2 other than allowance score, a 4th against 2 other than. He was beaten less than a length, caught very, very late as the beaten favorite, but again, makes the stakes debut, gets off Lasix. He will race without Lasix today, and it's going to be a big ask, but I like the 3rd off of the layoff, and Doug O'Neill certainly knows how to get these horses ready, and it's going to be, again, a big ask, but I do like that work back on September 25th at Santa Anita, 5/8 in 1 minute and 2/5. He was a 6 of 56 works of that particular distance that day.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see what they get out of the 1 CZ Rocket. They showed that one on your screen, 9 to 2 on the board right now. This one's so much back class, 12 victories, 1.5 million in earnings. Defeated Whitmore a couple of times, and Whitmore is a horse that had a very storied career. The question is CZ Rocket the same horse or not? This is a horse that just as you get a little bit older in your career, sometimes you lose a step. But every once in a while, these old horses step up and run huge races, too. For me, the one you're looking at on your screen right there is the gray. That's the 4, None Above the Law. I took a little bit of a stab on this one, only for the fact that this is a horse that's going to rate back early on and come running at him lane to lane. I don't know if this is really the preferred distance because the horse has only run the distance once and finished 3rd in that effort. But if the pace goes out there and hooks up early on, maybe this one comes running late. The thing that's interesting is trainer Peter Miller has 2 in this field. They both have very similar running styles. Settle back early on and come charging at them late. Normally when you have 2 in there, one's going to wing it to the front, the other's going to kind of rate and rally. But this is a horse that is going to look to just kind of settle back, look to wait, and then run on late. But Nancy, they're loading into the gate. How would you play this race?
Well, I hate to choke on chalk, but I'm certainly going to have to use the number 2 Forbidden Kingdom, but I'm also going to use the number 6 Kid Corleone, so I'm going to go with a 2-6 exacta box.
All right, we'll see if there's any movement here in mandatory race number 5 in the Horse Players Invitational. Good luck.
Championship, they're moving into line. Howbeit goes in. Kid Corleone to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Kid Corleone sent hard for the early lead. Forbidden Kingdom coming through at the rails. Super Ocho in between them. Then Howbeit 4th. About 4 off the lead. None Above the Law and CZ Rocket. It's Kid Corleone narrowly in front. Forbidden Kingdom moves to engage, and Forbidden Kingdom puts his head in front. Super Ocho steadying behind the top pair, 2 off the pace in 3rd. Howbeit is 4th now, 5 off the dueling leaders. The gray is None Above the Law, 5 in front of CZ Rocket. Forbidden Kingdom pressed by Kid Corleone, with Super Ocho coming after them now nicely. Another 2.5 back to Howbeit in 4th. They're followed by None Above the Law. Forbidden Kingdom with plenty of company at the top of the stretch. He turns for home just in front. Super Ocho right up to him. In the center, Howbeit, and CZ Rocket comes alive at the rail. They're in the final furlong, even None Above the Law on the outside. Howbeit is up to take the lead. CZ Rocket motoring up the fence. CZ Rocket, Howbeit, CZ Rocket, here it is. CZ Rocket and Howbeit. It is too close to call. Very, very tight between those two. Photo for 3rd between None Above the Law and Super Ocho. What a photo in the Santa Anita Sprint Championship.
Talked about the potential, Nancy, there of a possible pace meltdown. That's exactly what you saw in the Santa Anita Sprint Championship. There were 3 horses there late. Howbeit, a horse that we talked about earlier, because Mike Smith gets to kind of pick and choose his mounts. I wasn't sure about that one having to come off Lasix. We talked about the old warrior, CZ Rocket. CZ Rocket was flying up the inside. And then my super long shot, the 4, looked like it was there for 3rd. None Above the Law, who came running late. it was one of those races where one of two things were going to happen. All the pace was going to go out there and just keep rolling along, or they were going to fold and the closers were going to come. And it was the closers in the end that prevailed.
Yeah, look at those fractions, Jim. For the quarter, we're looking at 21.58 for the half. They went 44 flat. And for the 5/8, they went 56 and 4. That is extremely tight. But it's going to come down, and that's not a true. That's not a true angle. We never really get. I mean, it looks it, but yeah, those angles can be extremely deceiving.
Awesome.
It's between the 1 and the 3. But I tell you what, if CZ Rocket, the 8-year-old, was able to get up, that is a major accomplishment for this multiple graded stakes winner. He actually put the blinkers on 2 starts back. You don't normally see an equipment change this late in a horse's career, but they actually took them off for this particular race. So very interesting for this veteran. And the 3 has been named the winner. So 3-1-5-4. So
I'm shocked
6
the 4
to 1.
didn't get up for 3rd.
Yeah,
because initially in the race it looked like the 4 was 3rd. So you have the 3.
So
Howbeit,
Mark Blatt with Mike Smith, the Hall of Famer.
I'm glancing at their slow-mo here on the finish line. So,
but we did hear a lot of people, Jim, in this room
CZ Rocket
hollering for CZ Rocket, the old warhorse.
All right, so Mike Smith, again, he kind of picks and chooses his mounts at this time. He definitely did so there. Howbeit gets the job done. I'll tell you, it was a tremendous effort out of this horse. There's some prices. That was the cool thing about that race. Okay, you look at it, the 2 favorites finished last and second to last. So
and as you mentioned,
cash some tickets.
We were going to see a pace meltdown, and that is exactly what we saw. They kind of slowed down a little bit. They finished in 10 flat.
Right.
So, yeah, after going 21 and 3 on the front end, they still rolled home, but some very nice fractions.
Yeah, and looking at the prices right there, $14.40 on the winner. The dollar exacta pays $23.10. A 50-cent try, $57.25. You're going to see some movement in the leaderboard. We'll get that updated for you shortly. We're going to take a little bit of a break, then we're going to come back and we're going to set up the final race in this tournament, the Hawthorne Derby, along with giving you an updated leaderboard. We'll be back in just a few. All right, so we are through 5 mandatory races. We'll get an updated leaderboard shortly. I'm going to be curious to see what happens because Howbeit, the winner at Santa Anita, paid 6 to 1. One of those things there where there could be a little bit of movement as they just posted the prices. But our final race of the tournament, this is going to be a very interesting race. This is race number 7 at Hawthorne, the $100,000 Hawthorne Derby. Now, players in this contest have to play an $800 minimum wager. They can put all their bankroll in this race, too, if they want, but there's no scratches in this race. It's a very wide open field. Players still have time to figure things out. Some might still have their optional races in their pocket as well. So I'm really curious to see what player strategy is going to be, only for the fact that nobody has made that huge move to vault even a couple of $1,000s ahead of everybody. So we'll see how things kind of unfold here for the Hawthorne Derby. Again, Nancy talked to some of our riders leading into this race. We already got to see what we got out of Jareth Ludbury and his input. We saw what Orlando Mojica had to say. Nancy also talked to jockey Chris Amy. He rides Encourage in the Hawthorne Derby. And let's see what Nancy and Chris Amy had to say about Encourage in the Hawthorne Derby.
Here with a very familiar face to Hawthorne fans, Chris Amy, who gets the mount aboard Encourage. 7-2 morning line for trainer Kenny McPeak in Saturday's feature, the Hawthorne Derby. Now, it's very interesting, Chris, as Kenny McPeak was very pointed out to me that he beat Older in his last 2 winning efforts, both of those on the grass after taking a needed break in his 2-year-old campaign. Now, let's talk about the feature event. You are very accomplished over this turf course, and Kenny said he was just going to leave it up to you, and I think that's very wise as you are very accomplished over this particular course. What are your thoughts on the race?
Well, I watched the last race at Kentucky Downs with this horse, and he ran spectacular. He won the race. And actually, we got this horse a couple of days ago at my wife's barn, so I galloped him yesterday. He's a big, beautiful horse. He's training great. He's very classy. And I've won this race before, you know, like maybe 10 years ago, so I want to win it again. And I'm so glad he Ken gave me a chance to ride this horse. And like I said, he's in Brittany's barn right now. So Ken wanted me to get used to this horse. I've already been on him, and I really like what I see.
Well, that's definitely an advantage, having him in Brittany's barn, maybe get a nice little feel of him. And a lot of riders don't get that opportunity. What are some of the quirks or maybe an idiosyncrasy that you can see that he has? Because obviously the class factor is there. And as Kenny mentioned, that time off from 2 to 3 certainly did him well. It almost seems like the light bulb went off with that time off, and also switching from dirt to turf.
Well, he seemed really classy. He was pulling pretty hard. That's the only fault I could have. I was a little nervous that he would try to run off or something. But other than that, I mean, he's hitting the ground perfectly. He feels great, and I can't wait actually just to see how it goes.
Well, I'm sure that you'll be encouraging him all the way to the wire in Saturday's feature, the Hawthorne Derby. Best of luck for another victorious effort.
Fingers crossed.
All right, so don't forget, Saturday's feature is the Hawthorne Derby.
Nancy, the Hawthorne Derby is going to be our last of our mandatory races again. On the Hawthorne Derby, they can go higher than that. We're going to have some movement in the leaderboard. We'll come back and give you that updated leaderboard. But Nancy, first off, Emily's been able to talk to some players throughout the course of the day, and she's gotten some incredible insight, too.
Some amazing insight to strategy, how they handicap, and how they have played this particular tournament.
Let's see who Emily's got for us as we get ready for the final of our mandatory races.
All right, I'm joined by Rich Nielsen after the fifth race, mandatory race at Santa Anita, which is race 6. Gets a little confusing, but Rich, you made a big move on the leaderboard, moved into 6th. Where were you sitting right before that race?
Well, it looked like I was in 8th, but I was further down in the bankroll. So I moved up about 700-800 in the bankroll, and it looks like I'm in 6th now, but I'm closer to the leaders.
Right, so you're a little over 2,700. Is this about where you wanted to be going into the last race, the Hawthorne Derby?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love the position I'm in, so because I like the last race at Hawthorne, so I feel good.
So when you're kind of handicapping the race, I think sometimes coming down to that last race, it does get tough. It's nice when you kind of have an opinion, you have a strong feel for the race. Sometimes you don't. So in this case, you feel confident in this last race. Is this going to be a pretty aggressive play for you?
Well, it's going to have to be because we all have to bet at least 800. So I will do that. I haven't decided how much I will bet, but obviously I have to bet at least 800. And I have some combinations that I think, even with 800, I could hit for a pretty good amount. So it's a question of how much more I go beyond that.
Yeah, it is going to get into so much strategy because, as you mentioned, it was a big move that even few $100 not just moves you up in position, gives you a little bit more bankroll, moves you closer to the leaderboard, gives you more options to play, and there's going to be a lot of movement in this last race because there seems like a lot of these players at the top, a lot of people want to win. Outside of your strategy, what's kind of your main opinion going into this race as far as how you want to play it in terms of trifectas, win bet, your exotics?
I'm planning on doing a combination of win, exacta, and a trifecta around the horses that I like. There's a couple horses that I think some people will be on that I do not like. So I'm hoping that will work out and give me an edge at the end. So
There's always the edge when you just have a little bit of a different opinion, that contrarian approach. Now, are you looking at trying to put up a certain number of bankroll, like what it's going to take to win the entire tournament? Are you looking at it from that perspective?
well, you definitely have to factor that in. It's the top two. You're probably going to need at least 5,000. So, you know, you can't shoot for less than that, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, it's interesting as the days progress, because early on it was talking about numbers like 15,000, 16,000, 20,000, but now you're saying it's probably going to be about 5?
Well, of course, it depends what you hit in that last race. So, you know, sometimes it's surprising how low the scores end up being, and then, of course, there's times where some people, like Frank Mastari, I think in this event one time crushed the last race and ended up with, 5 figures. So, you know, it's never easy to predict.
It really isn't. But I think some people still maybe have that target number going into the last race. So they're definitely going to be aggressive. Well, I know this race is coming up, and you definitely have some planning to do, so I don't want to hold you too long. But thank you so much, and good luck. And
thank you, and thank you to everyone at Hawthorne for the event. It's a great event they put on.
It absolutely is.
Next to me when his optional race was going on
No way.
at Gulfstream Park. So he had a nice little exacta there, and yeah, got to watch him as he was watching that particular race. So I don't think that has happened very often.
Jim Bennis is a guy who, time and again, his focus is always on the West Coast. It's out at Santa Anita. He knows that track well. He knows the way things play. You saw a significant move from Jim, so I tend to wonder what he had in that mandatory at Santa Anita. His optional, I'm sure, came over there as well. So I'm curious to see what we got out of Jim. Looking up and down this list, Justin Mustari is still there. Mark Trifler's still there. You see Dave Goodfriend comes in the mix. Dave Goodfriend is a Hall of Famer. All right, Frank Mustari's there. This is about the position where I'm curious to see what happens, because now you have that $800 gap at the top for Trey Styles, but you're coming into the last of your mandatory races. You have to play a minimum of 800, but here's the thing. They just got done with the 6th at Hawthorne. The 7th is the final race. If people have optionals in their pocket, and somebody might have saved, maybe they can kind of see if they can make a little bit of a move here too.
Well, here's a question for you. Do they have to play that optional race before
they do.
Hawthorne's big finale?
Yep.
Okay. So when I was talking to Trey Styles, I said, how do you play that finale at Hawthorne of a minimum of $800? He said to me, you play it like it's play money.
Right.
Sometimes you got to go all in. So it's an interesting that I think a lot of people, even though he's now at the top of the leaderboard, I think a lot of people that are obviously, they're all beneath him at this point. It might be a do or die situation.
Does the strategy change is the question, and you tend to wonder for some of these guys if it does or not. We had mentioned to some people and talked to them a little bit before. I personally thought there was going to be somebody that was going to have that huge move up the leaderboard, that was going to sit there with $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 going into the last race and say, hey, I've had a good day. I want to make sure I come home with $4,000. Maybe I'll bet 2 or 3 in the last. Nobody's in that position, and what that does, Nancy, it means that if you're playing that 800, which everybody is,
right,
they're in the mix if they play things the right way. Maybe they play a significant trifecta. Maybe they play a little bit bigger exacta. If you're a guy like Trey Styles and you like one horse, do you play 400 to win a place on a horse? But knowing that you have another 3,000 that is your fun money, as you mentioned, that you can toy around with a little bit. I'm going to be curious to see what the board sets up for. They just got done with the 6th at Hawthorne, so these players do have a little bit of time to figure things out.
They do have the time. Some also have time or they may not have a lot of time to play that optional race. And again, it is that do or die situation to make those bets. And go big or go home.
Yeah, I'm just kind of glancing around a little bit to see what their options are right now. And basically the only other option is going to be the 7th race at Santa Anita. And that's a race I could see some people playing. There's 9 horses in that field. There's 11 minutes to post, so they're going to have that chance to have a little bit of time to make that move before that race at Hawthorne. And then the race at Hawthorne is going to be that final race. Again, $800 minimum wager that has to go on that race. What's on the line is this. It's a $10,000 top prize. You keep your bankroll, of course. It's an NHC seat. It's the choice of a Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge seat or a Pegasus Challenge seat.
I love that. You get the option.
There's great prizes here.
And a lot of the top players will go home with something.
Yep.
So obviously the winner gets the option of those 2 next contests, and the second player gets what's left over.
And it's not a bad thing to be left over. No.
I'd take either one of those.
Yeah,
it's
not
a win-win.
as well. It was interesting going back to the Santa Anita race. We talked about getting some hooting and hollering. There was some there. It was for the old timer. Everybody was cheering for CZ Rocket. And you kind of looked at the finish line. You didn't know what it was going to be because it was very close. The horse came charging up on the inside. We did talk to someone who said, hey, if CZ Rocket had won, they had win money on this horse. They had exacta money on this horse. They probably would have been in the lead, but they're still in contention because they did back it up underneath. So looking at the board right now, you're looking at about 12 players that are over that $2,000 mark right now going into that final race. So there are some people that have had some solid days. The leader, Trey Styles, is at $3,800. So he's comfortably atop the leaderboard, but you can't say you're comfortably in a place where you're going to win.
And it's interesting because he was the leader after 1 mandatory race. He kind of took a couple drops in the rankings on the leaderboard. Now he's back on top with just 1 mandatory race. He's played that optional race. I was fortunate enough to have him on while he did play that race at Gulfstream. But again, back on top with just 1 mandatory race to go. What's going to happen?
Yeah, and we'll see. They posted 16 minutes to post for the Hawthorne Derby. It's probably going to be more like 2022 till that race. Your favorite on the board, and this is curious, that opened up 6-5 on the 4 American Mayhem. So everybody's thinking this is a horse that might go out there and just kind of stroll along on the front end and take him the whole way along. We'll see kind of how things unfold in this spot, Nancy, as you're looking at the field there. I laid the morning line favorite as Speaking Scout, the 2, more based off the fact that this horse had run in multiple graded stakes races. That one's sitting at 7-2 on the board, 5-2 on the 6 Encouraged. So the 3 riders that we talked to are on the 3 favorites in this race.
Yeah, very interesting. But in regards to American Mayhem, did have a chance to talk to Jimmy DeVito. He absolutely thinks that this horse is going to take extremely well to the Hawthorne service and should absolutely love the distance of today's 1 1/8. And as I was very fortunate to talk to those 3 riders who are very experienced over this particular turf course, and Jimmy thinks that 1 1/8 should hit this horse right between the eyes. So it's very good to, be fortunate enough to have access to some of these trainers and these jockeys. So, a lot of these jockeys have certain ways that they like to analyze these races as well.
Yeah, we talked about the turf course at Hawthorne. It's narrow turns. It's a very long stretch. At the 1 1/8 distance, that starting gate's at the top of the lane.
Yeah, it's kind of unorthodox.
Yeah, it is. It's a very long run into that first turn, so an outside post isn't going to be a concern at all for any of these horses. They're going to be able to find that position by the time they pass the finish line for the first time. But looking at the board right now, okay, Mike Maker, a very good trainer. Camp David, the 1 horse, is sitting at 24-1. Mike Maker's other horse, the 7, a Wicked Genius, is sitting right now at 9-1. Hugh Robertson's got a couple in there. These are some horses. Xavier Dave, the 3, is 34-1. It really surprised me. Tonka Warrior, the 5, is 28-1. And Ben's Malice on the outside is at 13-1. There's some horses that I think this race is much more competitive than the board shows.
I totally agree. But again, with 14 minutes to post, that's a lifetime in horse racing. So as we do get closer to post time, I think those odds will change dramatically. So I think we're going to see some fluctuation. I'm not sure if we're going to see the change on the favoritism of the number 4, I do think he is going to go off as the favorite. But in regards to the other horses' odds, I do think we are going to see some heavy changes.
All right, so we're coming up to the final race, our final mandatory race for the Hawthorne Horse Players Challenge presented by the Daily Racing Form. We got to catch our breath one more time, get ready for things to roll. We're going to have one more player interview, Nancy, and then we'll get ready to close out this contest.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. You'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
I'm joined by Matt, and we're just chatting with Matt. Matt just told me he finished second in 2019, but 2022 is going a little bit rougher today, but there's still one race, so it's still anybody's game, really, when it comes down to betting. Where are you at in terms of your bankroll coming into this finale?
I just got my $800 left, the bare minimum. I'm the cleanest smelling guy in this place because I've been taking a bath all day.
Well, you know, $1 in a dream, I think that's what they say. We've heard it a couple times around the racetrack. And the Hawthorne Derby is coming up, and it seems like there's some opportunities on the board. Right now, the number 4, American Mayhem, is 3-5, and I'm not sure anybody was expecting this horse to be this low. I know you're still kind of handicapping this race, trying to figure out where you're at. Do you have any kind of preliminary thoughts on the race?
Well, I did like the 4, but I don't believe that price currently at 3-5 right now is worth the risk. I think that the 4 is probably going to be right off the lead. If he can handle the extra 1/8 of a mile, he had a nice workout on the 24th. I think he's tuned up and ready to go. But if speed holds, I think the 6 can get the jump on him and finish up pretty strong.
So I think that's one of the important things as far as playing is you do have to kind of adjust your plays to the board, and if you're a little bit flip-flop, think maybe the 4 is your stronger opinion, but the 6 isn't that far off, and you're getting 3-5, 4-5, or 7-2. It seems like a no-brainer. You just let the math take over.
Well, it depends on how you're doing in a contest too, risk or reward. If you're willing to risk it, it's more than a reward if you hit, but if you miss, it's just like a roller coaster ride. You get on the ride and you hope you enjoy the outcome.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the Will Pays right now, and it does seem like the board will shift a little bit, but it seems like the 4 is going to be the favorite pretty much up until post time. It's kind of favored in all the pools, and since you are in that $800 spot, I know there's a lot of people there. I'm sure you're going to go, well, you got to go with your minimum, so you got to go all in. How are you going to approach it from a betting standpoint as far as trying to play exotics in for this race?
Well, since I'm that far behind right now with only the $800 left, I'm going to have to go into some type of exotics. I can't afford a win in place. I did that back in 2019, served me well, but I was up there on the leaderboard. Being so far behind now, I'm going to have to keep somebody on top, maybe a long shot or two, and just hope for the best.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, again, like I was saying, the math kind of has to take over in this situation. And in some ways, it kind of puts you in a spot more objectively because you're just allowing the bets to kind of take over versus, you know, sort of your opinions and who you like. That goes out the window because now it's more, who do I need? Who do I need to get me to that number? What do you think is going to be the total number to win this tournament?
I think probably, there's going to be a bunch of players, especially, a lot of hardcore contest players, gamblers, risk takers in this field. I think probably right now, I think the leader's somewhere around in the upper 3,000s, Trey Styles. But I think that probably to get the job done, you're probably looking at a good 6,000, 7,000 because there's going to be somebody hit something, off the wall to come from back of the pack.
Yeah, I think so too. I think people are going to be playing aggressively, especially the way the board is right now, because there does look to be some opportunities in playing this race. Matt, anything else you want to close out with? Any tips for next year? Anything you enjoy about this tournament?
I just enjoy the competition. Everybody here has just been fantastic. Hawthorne's done a great job as usual of running this tournament. I've been happy all around except for the results that I've had on the track so far, but hopefully we can turn it around in the last race.
Yeah, and I mean, some of that is just sometimes out of your control when you just make the right play and you have to go for it. And I just want to be clear that the praise for Hawthorne is unsolicited. This is completely genuine. This tournament is awesome. The players love it. They love being here. And it was so great to meet you. Good luck in the last. It's always want to cheer for an underdog, so somebody from 800 to take it kind of proves the system.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. You'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
All right, Nancy, we are at the final race of the contest for the Horse Players Invitational presented by the Daily Racing Forum. You're taking a look at the leaderboard right there. Trey Styles at the top with $3,800. Jim Bennett's just over $3,000. Paul Sherman at $2,936. But looking up and down there, anybody is in the mix because nobody has made that huge move. Mark Triffler's been around there most of the day. Justin Mustari, Dave Goodfriend, Frank Mustari. So many people are in with a shot right now. But again, you have to play $800 on this race. So pretty much it could be wide open, especially if you can beat the favorite. And I'm a little bit surprised American Mayhem 6-5.
Yeah, I am as well. He's taking a lot of action, but again, you're looking at could see a little bit more drop on the number 6 Encourage from the barn of Kenny McPeak. Now, Chris Amy in the irons, and in the interview, Chris Amy did mention that Kenny McPeak chose to ship this horse to Chris's wife and another fellow trainer, Brittany Vanderberg.
Yep, went into that barn there. We were able to get this horse accustomed with the surroundings. I like when a horse gets in early, especially for a stake race, for a couple different reasons. You can school in the paddock. Hawthorne's paddock is different from some others.
Very
it's
much.
Indoors. It's underground. It's somewhat similar to what you have at Oaklawn Park for the fact that it's undercover
It's
the entire
enclosed.
thing. Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not this wide open outdoor paddock by any means. So some horses have to get accustomed to that. The other thing, just getting accustomed to the track, getting accustomed to the long stretch. The long stretch is a lot different from what you're going to have at a lot of other courses. But just getting settled into, getting to stretch your legs and not coming in the day before and saying, okay, let's go out there and roll. So I do like that out of that horse, the 6 Encourage. You're looking right there at the 4. That is American Mayhem on your screen. You talked to Orlando Mojica about this horse. You talked to Jimmy DeVito about this horse, Nancy. And they both thought they could be the one that's on the front end.
They certainly did, and this horse did ship in a few days prior, and this horse settled very well. Probably got either a light jog or a very light gallop on race day, and a lot of times you will find that with this higher caliber of horse, especially when races are later in the day, like the Hawthorne Derby is, because these horses are more athletic. They want to give them something to do. So they will go out probably first set of the day, which your track opens, I'm guessing,
6 a.m.
6 a.m. So they will go out first set. It gives them a chance to really stretch their legs and then rest the remainder of the day. So again, they probably started getting ready around 4 o'clock, and then they started to head over to the paddock probably around 5:15. So this is an ideal situation for these top 3-year-olds. But it's interesting, in this Hawthorne Derby, there's a lot of really established 3-year-olds, but all of them in this field still looking for their very first stakes win.
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of odd shift in this spot. They're going into the gate right now for the 7th at Santa Anita. So if anybody wanted to play, that race is their last optional. That race is off right now. After that, the feature and the focus everywhere across the country is going to be the Hawthorne Derby, because all your East Coast tracks are done right now.
Yes.
So this is the race that will be the biggest handle race of the day at Hawthorne. This is the race where you see the least amount of odds fluctuation because you have a larger pool. So you're looking at American Mayhem right now as your favorite. You're looking at Encourage as your second choice. Speaking Scout is an interesting horse in this race because the horse has some back class, comes from a tremendous barn. The horse is sitting right now at 7-2 on the board, so taking some action, but there's some others that have taken a little bit more action in this race. But Nancy, it's a perfectly placed race because so many people will be focused on it.
Yes, and want to note that Speaking Scout is taking the blinkers off. Comes off a 7th over the very Euro-style turf at Kentucky Downs. A lot of times after a horse has really good races on his past performances and then throws in not a great race at Kentucky Downs, I'm very, very forgiving because a lot of horses, Kentucky Downs is kind of like dark chocolate. You like it or you don't because that's not an easy course to run over.
It's more of a European style of course. It's not just
you take a right, you go down
right.
a hill, you make some turns,
There's ups and downs, there's long straightaways at weird points, then there's tight turns at other points. It's a very weird course. You're seeing them post parade right now for the Hawthorne Derby. It says 3 minutes to post. Our players probably have about 6 or 7 minutes to get your wagers in, but this is the time that everybody has to make that determination. What are they going to do? Your leader's at $3,800. Everybody in the contest has to bet a minimum of $800. I think everybody right now is probably in the position where they have to consider that they may have to tap out their entire bankroll. It's just a matter of how they want to play this race. But when you look at the odds board right now, the value is not there with American Mayhem. Encourage, I don't know if the value's really there either. That one's sitting at 2-1. Wicked Genius is starting to take some action here.
I tell you what, it's not surprising. Mike Maker claimed this horse 3 back for $50,000 off a bad 6th place finish and has been undefeated in 2 starts since. 75 claiming over the turf when moving back to the turf and scored by a head against a really tough 50 starters over that Kentucky Downs turf. Mike Maker, one of the best in the industry, claiming horses, turning them around, and potentially, eventually, making them stakes winners.
Yeah, and making them stakes winners time and again and again. It is a very interesting race. I want to touch a little bit on the 6 Encourage because we talked about this earlier for the fact that they were smart enough about getting this horse in early to Hawthorne and getting it set and getting it just accustomed to the surroundings. The other thing I like about Encourage, and you had spoken to Kenny McPeak about this, Nancy, was the fact that owners were more than willing to allow this horse to have a little bit of time off, mature a little, and it could make a big difference. It's made a big difference on paper.
Yeah, Kenny was very vocal that this horse had a few issues late in his 2-year-old's campaign, and the owners were very, very willing to let this horse have the time off. And Kenny was very, very nice, saying, very grateful for the owners to allow the horse to get that needed time off. Time does a body good, especially when you're dealing with 2-year-olds. So they gave the horse the time off, came back as a 3-year-old, and as you can see, moved him to the dirt. He got those growing pains out of his way, and as you can see, it really paid off because in his 2 wins, in his 3-year-old campaign, he not only won, but he did it against older runners. He's back in against 3-year-olds today. He makes his stakes debut. He is 2 for 2 over the turf, trying to go undefeated on the turf, and he is back in against where I think he is going to find his friends.
He looks good right now on the track. You're going to look at him right there. The other thing, too, he came off that layoff. He added Lasix as well.
Yes.
So you got a lot of additions. A move to turf. Time off to mature. The addition of Lasix. The one thing about the Hawthorne Derby, because it's not a graded stakes race, horses can race on Lasix in this. And that could be the key for some of these horses. But this is a horse that you're seeing Chris Amy just kind of keeping comfortable out there. The horse really makes a very good impression on the track right now. And you're sitting at 5-2.
And you know what? It's interesting because Chris does have the added benefit of having gotten on this horse in the mornings. And he says, you know what? This is a big, strong horse. He pulls, but I got a chance to get on him. He got a chance to relax with him, and he did get a chance to kind of figure out those idiosyncrasies and those quirks, as opposed to these other riders have not gotten on these horses in the mornings.
And we talked about that, and you mentioned that when you had interviewed some of these riders and talking to Jareth Ludberry and Orlando Mojica. It's your first time getting aboard a horse. It does. I mean, sometimes, especially with younger horses, they have their quirks. They try to figure things out a little bit. Amy is definitely familiar with this horse, but looking at the board right now, the speed of the 4 American Mayhem is your current 2-1 favorite. You're looking at 5-2 on Encourage. You're looking at Speaking Scout at 7-2. If you wanted to look to a price, Nancy, is there one that you would focus on in here?
Well, I really do like Kenny McPeak's horse in here. Jimmy DeVito does think that the 4-horse is going to be the pace setter. He's going to break out of the gate and go or be just right there. And a lot of handicappers do believe pace makes the race.
Yeah, pace could make the race. If anybody does go after American Mayhem, maybe watch out for the outside horse, the 9, Ben's Malice. This one is at 18-1. On paper, you look at it and say, okay, the horse raced in a couple Minnesota bred stakes races, but here's the thing. 9 starts on the grass for Ben's Malice, 7 times first or second. This is a horse that knows how to get there late. The running style may not be conducive as the horse tends to rate back early on and come running at him late. The distance may be conducive because this was a horse that was going a mile and a 16th, and you go the mile and an 1/8 today. You're going to see when they walk onto the turf course here at Hawthorne and they load into the gate's all the way at the top of the stretch. It's a very long run into that first turn, Nancy, so all these horses will get sorted out positionally, but I do expect this to be a very, very good race. And Nancy, you're going to have people making their plays here, their $800 plays, and you're starting to see them come off the board only for the fact because Trey Styles dropped down only because he put his $800 wager in there. But let's see what people choose to do, what the strategy is as they load in the gate for the Hawthorne Derby.
Well, I'm very excited because somebody is going to make a big difference in the leaderboard and also become a stakes winner.
They're going to become a stakes winner here. Somebody for our contest is going to become a winner of $10,000 and some very nice seats as well. Let's see how things unfold here for the Hawthorne Derby.
Last 2 to go in will be Tonka Warrior and Ben's Malice. Waiting now for Ben's Malice. Field of 9 for the Hawthorne Derby. They're on the gate. They're off. Between horses, Xavier Dave trying for the lead. Camp David showing speed in between those two. Speaking Scout dropping over to the inside is American Mayhem. Then in between horses, Tonka Warrior and Courage there on the outside. Still further out, Ben's Malice. Inside is Wicked Genius and Protonic Power, the early trailer, under the wire for the first time. They're covered by about 7 or 8 lengths as they make their way into the first turn. Camp David has the lead. And around the turn, Camp David the leader a length. And the outside, Tonka Warrior tracking in second. Inside, Speaking Scout is third. And then on the outside, Encourage 4, 2 lengths behind the leader. In between horses in tight quarter, Xavier Dave, Ben's Malice advancing up on the outside. Inside with no place to go is American Mayhem. Then in between horses, Wicked Genius, Protonic Power still at the end. Less than 5 furlongs to go in the Hawthorne Derby. And Camp David going along at a comfortable pace. Leads almost a length with Tonka Warrior still there second. Inside, beginning to look for racing room, is Speaking Scout. Also right there is Xavier Dave and Courage on the outside. Still further out, Ben's Malice has been wide throughout. Wicked Genius starts to move out. Now having trouble around the turn was American Mayhem. Looked like that one may have clipped heels a little bit. Protonic Power still at the end. They're still well bunched as they turn for home. Around the turn, they're in the stretch. Out in the center of the course, Ben's Malice. In between horses, Tonka Warrior. Down along the inside, Speaking Scout, just fine racing room. And in a blink of an eye, he goes on by and opens up quickly. It's Speaking Scout with the lead by 4. The long shot, Tonka Warrior still second. Coming to the wire, it's Speaking Scout, Jarrett Loveberry to win the 2022 Hawthorne Derby. Tonka Warrior did hold second. It's very tight for third, but no doubt about the winner, Speaking Scout, Jarrett Loveberry, 4 winners today.
All right, and looking at the result of that, Speaking Scout gets the job done, Nancy. Jarrett Loveberry actually got a beautiful trip because they were bunched up much of the way, and this one emerged clear.
Yeah, ideal trip for Jarrett Loveberry. Graham Motion shipping this one in, and congratulations to Eclipse Thoroughbreds Partners. They have an amazing roster of horses and just added a new stakes winner.
Yeah, and this was a horse that took the blinkers off for this race. But man, the focus was never a concern at all. Emerged clear late. The 5 Tonka Warrior was the one that finished second. They're waiting to see who finished a third in this spot because it was going to be tight, but everybody had to have a minimum of $800. There were some people cheering. There were some people that were kind of waiting, leaning a little bit, waiting to see what was going to happen. I'm going to be very curious to see who's going to emerge clear in the end, Nancy.
Yeah, going to be very interesting, and it all really did come down to how people use that minimum of $800 and how they decided to structure those tickets. But we all knew that Jareth Loveberry, very familiar and very good on the Hawthorne turf.
Jareth Loveberry, Nancy talked to him yesterday. Graham Motion picked the right guy for sure.
He did.
It was a very good effort there. We'll see how things unfold here as we get the final leaderboard. I know not everybody completely tapped out their bankroll.
Right.
Some people chose to wait back and kind of lay in the weeds and see what happened. We got to wait for the race to become official. We got to wait for prices to come up. We'll get that final leaderboard. We're going to have a check presentation. We're going to have an interview to see what they're going to choose for their prizes too.
What's it going to be? What's it going to be?
So we'll see how things unfold there. But Nancy, we got to wait for this race to become official. We'll get that final leaderboard. We'll have the winners checked. So we'll be back with you just a couple of minutes and kind of see how everything unfolded.
Racing on DRF Bets. We'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
All right, so now the question is, when the race becomes official, what are the payouts going to be? Who's going to make the money? How much are they going to make? We do know Speaking Scout was the winner. We do know Tonka Warrior was second. The 3, Xavier Dave, was the horse that finished third. Hugh Robertson runners ran really good in the Hawthorne Derby. They ended up finishing second and third. Ben's Malice was the horse that finished fourth. It was an interesting race out of the 4. American Mayhem never really got comfortable, never really got in the clear, kind of got shuffled back, and then just never really got into the mix in much of the race. Encourage was a little bit interesting for me in there because this was a horse that I thought had a perfect trip. I thought Chris Amy was locked and loaded and full of horse, but when he started asking the turn, didn't quite run on as well as would be expected. But I'll tell you, there was no doubt who the winner was. It was Speaking Scout in that spot. Jareth Loveberry is all giving all thumbs up in the winner's circle right now over there at Hawthorne as his kids are there. So apparently he kind of knew he was going to have a good day as the family was out there as well. That winner of the Hawthorne Derby. We're waiting for things to become official. We're waiting for things for the leaderboard to unfold. And then we'll be able to tell you who's our winner. What are they going to choose? Who's going to finish second and third? And we'll give you a final rundown of the top 10 once the Hawthorne Derby goes official. Got a few minutes to wait and see, but the prices are going to come in momentarily, and we're going to present that check just a couple minutes before we know who the winner is of the Horse Players Invitational presented by the Daily Racing Form. All right, so getting everything lined up, waiting to get our final presentation here as we're getting ready to determine who our winner is going to be. And we're just kind of waiting for things to unfold, because I can tell you this, some people made some moves on the Hawthorne Derby. There's going to be a couple of questions when we get the final leaderboard sorted out. I can tell you this, Nancy, they're writing a name on the check right now. And once we get that leaderboard in, we'll know who it is.
Yes.
It's going to be quite the interesting turnout. I can tell you this, so it's going to be very unfortunate for one of our players, because one of our players had a really good day and he forgot to play his optional race.
Yeah, there are rules for a reason. Yeah. So unfortunately, it is not going to turn out the way this person wanted.
Here's a good thing, though. Good and bad thing in the end. So our person who actually finished atop the leaderboard didn't play his optional. He gets to keep his bankroll for the day. So he had a good day.
Yeah, he had a really good day.
He's going to more than double his wager. But you know what? You're going to have a Hall of Famer who's going to be atop the leaderboard once we do get it all set. So that's going to be pretty cool. Here's the thing. This Hall of Famer, they interviewed a little bit earlier on in the day, and Emily is with him right now, I believe.
Are they interviewing Chris first? Dakota lied to me. We're going. All right, I'm joined again by Scott Goals. Congratulations, second place finisher in the Hawthorne Invitational. So going into the last race, what was your strategy? What was your plan?
So since I only had $1,350, I had to kind of, the sad thing is that my favorite horse was the 2. And if I would have just bet all $1,300, my score would have been good enough. I was very worried that betting $200 on the, or $1,300 on the 2 was not going to get me to the total I needed based on the scores. Maybe it's inexperience in live bank. Maybe it's just a fluky thing where nobody really liked the horse. So my main opinions were that the 3 and the 5 were the biggest prices that could come in. I made a big win bet on the 3, half of that on the 5, and then I bet exactas with the 2 to the 3 and the 2 to the 5 as kind of like a backup play where I thought the dollar amount would be good enough to be up there, and that's kind of what happened. If you look at how I handicapped the race and how I bet it, I should have probably won looking at the scores now, and I probably bet it terribly, and I'll probably get yelled at by a lot of my friends, but the outcome is much better than I had thought when you're winning on a backup exacta ticket. So
yeah, it is kind of tricky, and I think it is good to kind of go back and do the assessment. You can enjoy the moment right now because you are going to end up landing on a BCBC or Pegasus seat along with NHC, a little bit of cash in your pocket. But yeah, the 2 kind of stood out as far as the class of the field, and it was interesting that he went off at 9-2, which almost, it threw me off a little bit too, because I'm like, this horse should be the class.
And that's why I was worried. If I bet $1,300 on that horse, I would have, because most of the money coming into the Hawthorne race today was our money, I actually crushed the odds of the 3 when I was looking at it with just an $800 bet. So if I bet $1,300 on the 2, don't bet on the 3. Not sure what I would have got price-wise. Still looks like it would have been good enough to win, but I was just as surprised as you were. I thought the 2 would have taken a lot more money than that, and I was worried that at the last click it easily could. So I don't regret that part as much as I kind of regret not playing the exactas a little bit more efficiently than I did, but I decided to go with a double win bet, and it just didn't work out. So
well, it worked out a little bit, but I know what you're saying, especially the competitive nature and everybody wants to win and that top spot. But it's awesome. I'm glad you got some cash. I'm glad we got to talk a little bit on here, and good luck in that next tournament.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's been a great time.
Earlier today, Chris Larmy, the winner of the contest. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. It's great. I mean, you have to hit that last race, and I lucked out.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this. So looking at that last race, Chris, how did you play it? How much did you have in your bankroll going into that last race? What was the focus? How did you end up playing the race?
I think I had $1,300, and I really liked the 2 horse.
Okay.
It was a little bit tricky because there's so much money coming out of this contest into the pool.
Right.
I was not sure what sort of prices I was going to get, but I put $800 to win on the 2 horse.
Okay.
Figuring he would probably be off at something around 4-1.
Yeah, it's a great price.
Yeah, and And then I played some exactas, thinking if I could get the win, I have a chance. And if I could hit the win in the exacta, I was going to win the contest.
Right.
Didn't get the exacta, got the win, and I just kind of lucked out. No one had any bigger score.
Yeah, and that was the thing that was interesting about this contest today, Chris. You've played so many different contests. Seeing how things unfolded, were you surprised that $4,200 won this contest today?
Yeah, I definitely was. I thought I would never have predicted that I would win with $4,200.
Yeah, but hey, $4,200 is a beautiful thing.
Oh,
because
I'm not complaining.
you get to keep that bankroll. But here's the thing, too. On top of that bankroll, you're going to get a little bit more because Nancy's going to come in and present you with what you always want to see, because this is the big check, Chris. And the big check here is for $10,000. So it's a $10,000 cash prize. You have your $4,200. Then you have your NHC seat, Chris. And then at the end, you get your choice of a Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge seat or a Pegasus Challenge seat. So for you, what was your choice for that second seat?
The Breeders' Cup.
All right, so Breeders' Cup, you said that's your second one, right?
Yes, I won one earlier in a contest. So I'll be heading to Keeneland with a double barrel loaded gun, ready to hopefully make some noise there.
Well, and it's a beautiful thing, Chris, and I'll tell you, you did a tremendous job today. You've been a tremendous supporter of all of our contests, too, so congratulations. Hey, $10,000, not a bad day, huh?
Yeah, and I do want to thank everybody at Hawthorne for putting these contests on. I mean, no takeout contests with really nice prizes. You know, that's why you see the horse players turn out. Really appreciate that. And, you know, it's a great way to grow the sport through contests. I'm really a supporter of the contests, and I'm the chairman of the NHC Players Committee. And, you know, these kinds of contests, I think, are what can really make the sport grow.
Yeah, and you've been a great advocate for the horse player, Chris, and that's one of the things, too. People, don't forget, you need everybody to make this industry work. You need the industry. You need the horses. You need the horsemen, but you have to have the players as well.
Absolutely.
Everybody you need, and I'll tell you, you've been a great supporter, and that's why we do have all these great players. So thank you as well.
And thanks for doing the live stream and hosting things. I didn't really get a chance to pay attention much, but hopefully you'll have recorded this and
of course we did.
Watch that in hindsight.
Yeah, and it's the beauty, Chris, of having YouTube, is everybody's going to be able to check this out. You're going to be able to see yourself get presented with a nice top check there. We're going to take a look at the final leaderboard, Chris, see how everything unfolded there for that final leaderboard. And there you are atop $4,200, Chris. Scott Coles finished in second. You look kind of how things unfolded. Jimmy Bennis was right there. Trey Styles had a very good day as well at $2,900. Chris, these are a lot of names that you know, a lot of guys that you play in contests throughout. How's it feel to be atop a leaderboard like that?
It's always, I mean, that leaderboard, those are like who's who in contest play. And Jim Bennis, the year I finished second in this contest, he was the winner, so I got to turn the tables on him. Scott Coles, NHC champ, Paul Sherman, was that Frank down on the and his
Frank
son?
Mastar,
You know, Frank won the last Hawthorne Invitational with some crazy score. So yeah, you know, it's an accomplishment. I'm pretty proud to finish first in that field.
Well, you know what, we're proud to have you here. Chris, thank you as well. You know what, an excellent contest for everybody. We want to thank everybody for joining us. Nancy Holthus, Emily Gullickson, a great job overall. Daily Racing Forum, a presenting sponsor. Chris, $4,200 for your bankroll, $10,000, 2 seats. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Once again.
I really feel short standing next to you.
You know what, I could duck down. You know
I
what?
gotta my toes.
Hey, you may feel short, but when you're $10,000 richer, you can stand on those stacks of cash. That'll raise you up a little bit. I want to thank everybody for tuning in on the YouTube channel for the Hawthorne Invitational. Again, we're going to be doing this more and more in the future. Great players like Chris Larmy. Congratulations to Chris, all of our players, and thank you again for tuning in.